It's so warm in here today. And I got such bad sleep. Oh, I'm sleepy. And today's the day I wore the pajama pants. It was so cold yesterday. Katie Wilson won? Yeah, I've heard that rumor. Oh, you can see it. You can see the death creeping in. And the shirt is pissing me off. Oh, it's so over. It's so over. Playing too much EU5? I don't play that garbage. Have you played Arc Raiders Game of the Year? Respectfully, it looks like a slop game. Not interested. As a general rule, multiplayer games are slop games, but this one in particular. Vosh, I opened my Canadian news feed this morning. It was wall-to-wall Epstein news. What the fuck is happening? The one day you don't show up, Masaigo. The one fucking day. Vosh, I know your opinion regarding Linux is not great. What? What do you mean not great? My opinion is that it seems like a hobbyist thing that I don't have the time or interest for. Is that bad? Is that negative? Do you think it's socialist to peruse open source gaming? Oh Christ, God. You need to like spend some time in the real world. This is the problem with vegans, Linux users, and everyone else with their own fucking thing. You need to spend some time in the real world and learn how to talk to people because you're not beating the goddamn allegations, okay? I don't choose my fucking OS because of socialism, all right? I choose it because I want to play video games and like use the fucking Google Chrome, all right? Rising heat kills one person a minute worldwide. Maybe traffic downtown will finally clear up. You're using Chrome? Do you do you not see my screen through your screen? What do you mean you use Chrome? How'd you not know that? Fun fact, Microsoft comes with a built-in Linux subsystem. You can play with it if you want to try it out. I don't. That was the whole point. You're not listening. I don't. That was I specifically said that. People, when you say you're not interested in something, people always take that as a challenge and it never works. They always think like, well, you're not interested. Oh, there must be like this one specific barrier. No, I'm just not interested. Been having this conversation for 6 years, man. Welcome to the lesbian experience. Fucking true. To be fair, it's definitely not helping the cause now that people use these terms so fluidly. Back in the 1980s, lesbian meant that if you even saw a man, you'd throw up. Nowadays, lesbians like, well, you're in a polycule with 6 people, and 5 of them are well, 3 of them are women, and 2 of them are AFAB MBs, but you don't talk about that. And then the 6th one is, well, not exactly a trans guy, but the waters are muddied. Okay, basically, what even is a guy? Okay, a guy is a person who will talk to you about Legos type shit. Back when lesbian meant something, gay and lesbian stopped meaning anything as soon as we invented non-binary people. What the fuck does that even mean? Aren't women in South Korea throwing up at the sight of men? Nah. I actually, for the first time, saw K-pop Demon Hunters last night, and my understanding is that men are still a hot commodity over there, at least for now. Better than I expected it to be, you know? I mean, obviously it was like it was like a kid's movie, but when I went to see the Chainsaw Man movie in theaters, I saw that they had screenings of K-pop Demon Hunters, and I was thinking, wow, it did that well? It did so well, they moved it from a Netflix release over to actual like cinema. Like that's crazy. It must have been doing really well. I watched it. It was pretty good. It was pretty good. It's the biggest Netflix hit of all time. Yeah, I only learned that after the fact. Um, yeah, I know. I enjoyed it. Too kid movie for me. It was definitely a kid movie, but you know. Did you see PT's latest vid? How is it you're the last leftist who is an antinatalist? Well, let's not be unfair. Okay. She's not anti-natalist. It's just I did see the video and not the start bread tube drama. But I didn't like it very much. I thought it was fundamentally incurious, you know? I think that obviously the right pitches a bunch of really fucking stupid arguments, but if you ignore those and you address the demographic crisis, population change, whatever, replacement rate, on its own merits, and you engage with that, I still think it's a very serious issue. And I don't think the right should have a monopoly on getting to be concerned about it. And I'm certainly not impressed by arguments like, well, people have always feared this and it hasn't happened yet, so why should we fear it? Because that's the argument people make about how climate change is fake, you know? Well, people 100 years ago thought that by now the polar ice caps would be gone. It's like, okay, no, I know, I understand people often make inaccurate predictions, but I still think there's like a legitimate point to be made here, you know? K-pop Demon Hunter fans are the reason I'll never watch that movie. Why? On Twitter, they're just like posting gifs or whatever. Are they that bothersome? Kind of weak on your part. Don't let a fan base decide whether you enjoy something. You say that till it's Undertale or Homestuck? Me? But I'm a fan of both Undertale and Homestuck. If you let the behavior of a fan base for media directed at children keep you from enjoying something good, I think that's like a negative mark on your character, you know? Seriously, like just what why are you've one life. Just see what the hype's about. Maybe you end up disliking it and then you have more reason to be, you know, begrudging towards the annoying people. Go for it, whatever, you know? Um, don't really see how that affects you. Vasha, Homestuck, or Lamau. I've been around a while, okay? I've been around the block. Read it twice, actually. Thank you. Now I'll defend Homestuck, okay? Now, I actually read Homestuck after it was popular, so I'm not an early on boarder at all. And I wasn't part of the fan base either. My understanding is that the Homestuck fan base in its prime was insufferable. Insufferable. Beyond. People are like, oh, the Steven Universe fan base. Not even close. You read Homestuck? Yeah, twice. But I read it after it had already had. I read it after Act 6 was done. Yeah, Act 7 wasn't done yet, but Act 6 was done. So I was like, I'd begun it after that point. I was in the groove, you know, and it's very good. It's very good. It's very good. I've heard you mention Kinzo Ushiramiya too. I see you. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Don't spoil anything for me. I'm only 120 hours in. I remember troll cosplayers dipping themselves in marketing. Listen, as long as people are having fun. People said that about Undertale too. Can I be real with you guys? The fan base for Undertale isn't and has never been that bad. Undertale is a great piece of art. And honestly, the fan base, for the most part, they're fine. Like, yeah, there are kids there. Okay. So? Like, what do you. Okay? It's just not that bad. People love to complain, man. People love to complain. Everyone, the moment people turn 18, they love to turn back to the people who are 17 years old, 364 days, and go, holy shit, you're annoying. They love to do that stuff. So do you. No, I call you guys annoying regardless of your age. As a matter of fact, I think the most annoying of you are actually like socially incompetent autistic 20 somethings. I think like if anything, some of the younger people here probably understand that they're like a social burden and keep it look like closer to the chest, you know? I don't I think that it's actually like really annoying and kind of conservative, frankly, to be reflexively disinterested in or dismissive of something just because it's popular with kids. Will a lot of things that kids like be shit? Yeah, of course. But there are things that are genuinely good. Homestuck, Undertale, Deltarune, uh, Steven Universe. A lot of problems with the show, but I think still a pretty defensible, piece of media. A lot of value there, I think, that you can, you know, ATLA. ATLA is the classic example. ATLA is, 100% made for kids. It's still fucking excellent. Gravity Falls. Gravity Falls doesn't get the same contrarian, ooh, I hate the fan base people because it ticks enough markers on the maturity chart to make adults think that it's not a kid show. But it is a kid show. But yeah, it's fine. No, it's great. It's great. Yeah. Yeah, it's great. How? Because a lot of people in their 20s think that as soon as media mentions something like cryptids, the occult, or the eldritch, or is in any way Lovecraftian, no matter how dumbed down it is, that makes it adult media. Um, Probably because a lot of these like themes have only recently started resurging in popularity. Like the Twin Peaks. The wave of people who grew up on Twin Peaks are now making their own media, so now it's resurging in popularity. So now people are um going like, "Oh my God, it has mature themes. This isn't for kids." If they made ATLA today, it would have eldritch horror. Thoughts on Lord of the Rings being a kids movie? I think Lord of the Rings is an all ages movie. Well, trilogy, right? Movies. I don't really think it's like kids movie, but I think it's all ages for sure. It's definitely made to be digestible to kids, right? Like if you're a 10-year-old watching Lord of the Rings, you're really not missing any beats. Nothing wrong with all ages shows. I just think there's something wrong with you developmentally. If you only watch cartoons, man, you got to stop. Careful, careful, okay? That shit's gonna get you in hot water these days. They're gonna dox your ass. Um, I don't think there's anything wrong with being into animation specifically, but if you watch, I do think that there is like a new archetype of person where you obsess over children's media and never grow up from it and never like read anything else that challenges you. The kind of people on TikTok or Book Talk who only read like young adult fantasy, or people who obsess over media aimed at like 12 to 16-year-olds and they never really grow up from it. If you're specifically into animation, there's a lot of good stuff out there, though it's definitely like trends young. Cough Star Wars. Star Wars is not animated, my friend. At least most of it isn't. Isn't that a lot of people? I feel like if we went back to the 1950s, we probably wouldn't find anywhere near as much or near as many adults who are still obsessing over media intended for children. But then again, all ages media wasn't as much of a thing back then. Or at the very least, like if somebody made a kid show, it was like for babies. I think media is just the media landscape is just different now. Does adult media really even exist though? Um, I understand what you're saying. I'm being charitable to what you're saying here. It is true that everyone is stupid. And that does mean that in order for something to be marketable, it has to be digestible to people with like a on par level of education. I'm trying to think, what was the last time that I read or watched or whatevered a piece of media that was not just aimed at adults, but could only meaningfully be enjoyed by adults. There are lots of books like that. Lots of books like that. Breaking Bad? No. Teenager could easily watch Breaking Bad, get the themes, understand what's going on. Dune? Teens love Dune, man. I don't know. Maybe it's just a problem with movies and TV shows, you know? Maybe it's just easier to comprehend that stuff because you don't have to, you're not gate kept behind the prose of the author. I don't know. It kind of seems like the real gatekeep isn't whether or not you can understand a piece of media, but whether or not you can engage with it critically. You know what I mean? Like, for example, because I was just thinking about this morning, okay? I would argue that, like, even though Chainsaw Man is enjoyed by a very wide audience range, probably a relatively small portion of people are reading it on a level intended by the mangaka, you know? And that's a relatively light example too, because even at its I guess, highest level of engagement, Chainsaw Man isn't exactly, peak fiction or whatever. It's not, you know. Most adults can't engage with media critically either. That's true. I guess it's just hard to say. Maybe the whole dynamic of like, is something adult or children's media fundamentally flawed, you know? Because, and pardon me for repping the classics here, but even at a moderate level of media literacy, Undertale and Homestuck are probably way more critically engaging than a bunch of like adult-oriented soap opera slop that gets dumped down onto TV. We could probably find lots of TV shows that are for adults that require way less of your head than than stuff that has like a wider audience range age-wise, you know? Undertale maybe, but Homestuck? Have you read Homestuck? Buddy, at the very at reading Homestuck requires a level of literacy that is genuinely beyond at this point like a significant level of like we're probably like 90th percentile at least. Where would you start at this point? Of Homestuck? Page 1. Yeah, I don't know. Why are we talking about this? A lot of Homestuck is literally unreadable now, relied on Flash. I'm pretty sure that it's been like appropriately ported. It's too important to get rid of like that, you know? Isn't it just a comic? It's a multimedia experience, okay? I'm so tired. Adults are just professional children. This is going to segue so fucking easily into the Epstein stuff. You know, as a matter of fact, do you think that Megyn Kelly was being a professional child when she made this argument to defend Donald Trump?
As for Epstein, I've said this before, but just as a reminder, I do know somebody very, very close to this case who is in a position to know virtually everything. Not everything, but virtually everything. And this person has told me from the start, years and years ago, that Jeffrey Epstein, in this person's view, was not a pedophile. This is this person's view, who was there for a lot of this, but that he was into the barely legal type. Like he liked 15-year-old girls.
You know, barely legal. Like 15. You know.
And I realize this is disgusting. I'm definitely not trying to make an excuse for this. I'm just giving you facts.
I'm not making an excuse. He just liked barely legal girls. You know. 15.
That he wasn't into like 8-year-olds, but he liked the very young teen types that could pass for even younger than they were, but would look legal to a passerby.
You know, 15-year-old girls. This is, you know, that chart that said diversity of opinion is actually much greater on the right than it is on the left. This is the conversations they're having that we're missing out on, you know? Maybe people would take the left more seriously, politically and ideologically, if we were willing to get into the trenches with these kinds of, like, free speech, free-for-alls, you know?
And that is what I believed, and that was what I reliably was told for many years. And it wasn't until we heard from Pam Bondi that they had tens of thousands of videos of alleged, forgive me, they used to call it kiddie porn. Now they call it child sexual abuse material.
Why would you say that? Sorry, in my industry, we used to call it this. We were all, it was before woke. We all got, you know, it was, I don't even want to say it.
On his computer, that for the first time I thought, oh no, he was an actual pedophile. I mean, only a pedophile gets off on young children abuse videos. She's never clarified it. I don't know whether,
As opposed to, you know, the barely legal girls. You know, 15.
it's true. I have to be honest. I don't really trust Pam Bondi's word on the Epstein matters anymore. Yeah, so I don't know what's true about him, but we have yet to see anybody come forward and say, I was I was under 10. I was under 14 when I first came within his purview. Look.
No, they were all just, you know, barely legal.
Look, you can say that's a distinction without a difference.
No, it's not.
I think there is a.
We've touched on a very serious topic today. You're right. People are simplifying this. Are you familiar with the term ephebophilia?
Difference. Yeah. There's a difference between a 15-year-old and a 5-year-old. Yeah. You know, it's just.
Now, I'm not defending him. However, I'm really insistent on this point because it implicates our president, you know, because so far nobody has files of Donald Trump with a 5-year-old. As long as he's not caught with a 5-year-old, need the GOP to make this their official line. That's true. Do you think we could get like Carolyn Levitt to play this during a press briefing? So she said she was 15. Getting really confused and flustered as you're trying to explain to the fleet of FBI agents who have just landed on Little St. James. Jesus Christ. Holy moly, this is the bad place. She's on TV. She's literally one of the like premier conservative broadcasters. Yeah. It's Megyn Kelly. She's a celebrity. She's huge. I don't know, man. Conversations like this. Young people don't remember when Megyn was on Fox News. Wasn't she literally abused herself? Am I thinking of a different Fox News host? Yes? Okay, yeah, okay. I mean, not that it ever fucking matters. But trans people are groomers. Trans people better thank their lucky stars that the political actors most committed to framing them as groomers are all pedophiles, you know? It definitely frees them up a little bit rhetorically. Roger Ailes. Yeah. Okay, I remember now. Yeah. Literally all projection. Yeah, I think to a large extent. I really do think a lot of conservatives don't understand why you would ever want to, like, bond with, and by bond, I mean any, like a teacher to a student or whatever, unless it was sexual, you know? Yeah, every accusation is a confession. They don't comprehend it. It's all just, like, barely disguised power dynamics to them. I can't believe she said this. Genuinely. This conversation reminded me of this this clip. Oh my fucking god. I had a flashback as soon as I saw this shit, dude. The response video. The response video, yeah, where she traced Danganronpa sprites to draw her her Rantsona.
Now I'm going to give you terms that I could be classified under: pedophile, hebephile, and ephebophile. Huh? You didn't know about these terms?
Interesting choice for Megyn Kelly stylistically to run this on her show, but you know, interesting stuff. Remember when Megyn got mad at Sports Illustrated because a trans woman was on the front cover of their swimsuit edition, and her argument is that 15-year-old boys should jack off to women like her? You know? No, I don't remember that, but that is less appalling than what she said here. So I believe you. Yeah, you covered that? Okay. All right, I believe you. I believe you. I believe you completely. Yeah, thank you for the link, by the way. By the way, like, all this Epstein stuff is playing out really... I know people like to be defeatist about this, like, oh, nothing will sink Trump. Look, there is no magical threshold in America where the president becomes so unpopular that they instantly combust, you know? That's not a real thing. However, their popularity correlates pretty strongly with how much they're able to get done while they're in office, you know? It's really, 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 really difficult to, say, for example, destroy American democracy if you're not offering people a convincing alternative. Remember that Hitler had to offer people a convincing alternative. A lot of effort was expended on his part and the part of the Nazi party to try to convince Germans that what he was offering was better than the current status quo. He was wrong, he lied, but he did put effort into it. The Trump administration has been putting effort into it. I have to say, they've been doing a pretty bad job. His popularity on the Epstein stuff has been sinking, like, very rapidly. We'll talk about this a little bit more in the near future, but it seems like the winds are a-blowing, and more Republicans are indicating that they're willing to vote for the release of the Epstein files next week. So, again, we'll get to that.
When you talk to you hear from the victims, it is very clear what they want. They've made that clear again and again. What does the American public think about how Donald Trump has been handling the Epstein files compared to all the other issues that he brought up during the campaign?
Yeah, you know, Donald Trump is underwater on basically every single issue he ran on in 2024. But the Epstein files, the Epstein case, are especially dreadful for him. What are we talking about here? Well, let's take a look at Trump's approval rating on the issue. Look, they're all in red. They're all in the negative territory. But on immigration, you know, he's 5 points underwater. Foreign policy, 8 points. Trade and tariffs, he's 17 points. The economy, 18 points. But look at the Epstein case. He is 39 points below water on the Epstein case. His net approval is 39 points in the negative. My goodness.
He actually has significant negative approval with Republicans on the Epstein case. Nobody likes it. Nobody likes it.
Gracious. What Donald Trump has been selling on the Epstein files, the Epstein case, the American people, simply put, have not been buying at all, Sarah.
And keep in mind, this polling data would have been taken from before the most recent drop. There's no way they would have accurate polling data from right now, you know? Like, it's only going to go down from here.
Seidner.
All right, so is there any sign that things have gotten better since there have been some things that have been released?
Yeah, okay.
Although released by Democrats.
There have been some things that have been released. Donald Trump has been trying to make some sort of case saying that, you know, the folks don't necessarily care about it. But take a look here. Approve of the Trump admin on the Epstein case in early July, right, when you had those DOJ droppings, right? It was 17%. Look at where we were by late September, the latest poll I can find it. 20%. You know, we often talk about Donald Trump having this floor, right, of at about 40%. On this particular issue, he is less than half the level of the supposed floor. There's just nobody. There is just nobody in the electorate who is buying this. They do not like the way that the Trump administration has been handling this case one iota.
You have to let this be a lesson too, especially for Democrats, you know, on the nature of how politics works these days. People want main characters, people want energy, people want hype, people want aura, people want momentum. It doesn't matter what the actual political outcomes are for a person like Trump. You could damage the country as much as you want. His base will not care. They'll bear any amount of suffering or indignity if they feel like they're winning. People vote on their feelings, you know. The problem is that on this particular issue, on the Epstein case, there's no way to take Trump's position and come across like the main character who's aura farming, you know? There's nothing epic and hype about being a pedophile trying to cover yourself up. It's just there's no way on, you can't even vice signal about it, because in this case, on every other issue, they'll vice signal, right? You know, Kristi Noem will go out there and talk about how we're getting rid of 20 billion illegals or whatever. You can vice signal on a bunch of issues. Vice signaling on this one would be Donald Trump going up to the stage and saying, yeah, he likes touching little girls. And that's not, you know, it would be an interesting play to follow through on that one. But he can't do it. He can't do it. So, I mean, okay, but guys, you understand I'm not joking, right? That would be the equivalent, you know? He vice signals on the economy. He vice signals on immigration. He vice signals on racism, on sexism. Every time an issue comes up, right? That's the bit from the administration. Yeah, you think we're bad, we're going to be twice as bad. You can't do it here. You can't do it here. So they've lost out on their one tool for like reframing, recontextualization. Oh, you thought a bad thing was bad? Actually, a bad thing is good because it's based. Can't do that here.
Republicans have generally said they like what Donald Trump is doing, generally speaking. How do they feel about the Epstein case?
Okay, so you see, approve of Trump on the Epstein case. This is overall, right? And you see 17%, you say 20%. That is way below the 40% floor that Donald Trump supposedly has. How does that possibly happen? It's because of Republicans. Because look at this number. Okay, Republicans who approve of Trump's job as president, 87%. That is basically in line with the long-term average, 85, 90, 95%. But look at the Trump admin's job on the Epstein case. Just 45% of Republicans, less than half of Republicans are even buying what the administration is telling.
And again, this is before the most recent email drop, 20,000 emails plus the Epstein files release, so on and so forth.
Look, we're not necessarily sure whether or not this case has moved the ball on Trump's overall approval rating yet, but I can tell you that the more...
Wasn't this also incredibly obvious before all this? No, I'm sorry. It should have been, but no. A lot of people are just in a media bubble. They never see any of this, you know? Also, people are willing to give a lot of credit, be very charitable to candidates that they like, you know? If you're a dedicated diehard Fox News viewer, the only time you're hearing about the Epstein stuff is in the context of it being a hoax made up by blowhard Democrats. You're just not getting the opportunity to engage with this information at face value. But now it's being engaged with a lot more openly, a lot more aggressively. People are coming around to it. Has it been obvious this whole time? Yes. Will I ever forgive people who took this long to realize? No. No, you could have Googled it. But people are fucking stupid, and we have to work with that.
That this case is in the news, the worse it is for Donald Trump because...
Bosh, you're forgetting a majority of MAGA are racist pedos who don't give a shit about this, unfortunately. See, this is what I would call sort of like stupidity by cynicism, you know? You're desperate to get ahead of me on a cynical talking point, and in so doing, you have like erased nuance, you know? Are a lot of people on the right racist pedophiles? Of course. But it doesn't change anything that I've said. And I've forgotten nothing. Don't condescend. No, a majority of Republicans are not like actual pedophiles. That would be ridiculous. And if that was the case, this country would have been over a long time ago. That's not... people are susceptible to a lot of social influences, and what people are and what people are willing to admit they are two very different things. But at the very least, within their heart of hearts, okay, to a lot of Republicans, pedophilia is something they still consider to be bad.
Simply put, it is his worst issue by far.
We could be seeing a vote on this next week. This case is not going away anytime soon.
It is not going away anytime soon, and that is bad news politically for Donald John Trump.
All right.
Donald John Trump. I want to know how long the Dems in the committee had access to these emails. Why they released now instead of 3 weeks ago? Because the House wasn't in session. They didn't have the ability to release this information.
Un clan de pedófilos quiere acabar la democracia en Colombia. Duro, sí, pero ahí está la realidad. Y para que no salga la lista, entonces nos envían acorazados a matar pescadores de esta ciudad. Y amenazar al vecino, que si dictador o no, ¿cómo que el pueblo de Colombia va a aplaudir que invadan a su hermano, que no es el presidente, sino el pueblo de Venezuela? ¿Cuándo?
More world leaders need to call Trump a pedophile. It sucks how cucked everyone is, you know? Even Mark Carney. Like, you threatened to invade and annex Canada for months and months and months. And then Mark Carney's like, yeah, all right, okay, yeah, okay, that was fun. All right, like, let's move on. I don't know. Everyone's a pussy. Can you move your mug out of the way of the English subtitles? No. There's really no reason to talk to the administration about anything other than Epstein at this point. You know, elephant in the room says address me. There's nothing like what they're not interested in nor capable of governing. They don't believe in anything and they don't care about implementing anything. And there's no real like they don't. There's nothing else that you can really ask them. What else do they care about? Just you get to ask all of them about Epstein all the time until Trump inevitably crashes out and admits he did it. You know. I've said this before, but I do really think it chuffs at Trump by quite a bit that he can't vice signal on this, you know? Like, if Trump was with his freak, you know, New York billionaire real estate buddies or, you know, with his buddies at Mar-a-Lago or whatever, of course he'll brag about fucking kids. Why wouldn't he? They're all awful, awful people. Why wouldn't they do that, you know? And it probably bothers Trump a lot that he can't own up to it, you know, here. Like, he's been so awful about everything else sex-related, right? Grab him by the pussy, locker room talk. Jean Carroll, you know, keeps trying to, like, essentially, like, undo the legal result of his sexual assault case with Miss Carroll. There's no... his daughter, there's a million times in his life he's been able to blow this off, and this time he can't because it's just too bad, you know? It probably frustrates him that he has to, like, hide in shame over something that a lot of his contemporaries did along with him, you know? Because you know he wants to throw his arms up in the air and go, well, what the fuck, everyone was doing it, but that wouldn't be a very convincing answer. I wonder how many people in his close circle are advising him on this. Like, it wouldn't surprise me if Donald Trump has some people around him who are like, sir, you can't talk about it. And he's like, it wasn't that bad. They'll understand. And then they're like, no, you really, like, genuinely, you have to shut the fuck up about this. He had an emergency meeting with his AG. Yeah, but Pam Bondi is a tepid bowl of soup. You know, Pam Bondi is a massive pussy and incompetent. She can't be his confidant. He must have some confident people. Who's the woman who was the chief of staff? She's a competent lady, very evil, very stern, like Thatcherite type. What's her name? Ice Queen lady. Susie Wiles, thank you. If she, I wonder if she might be one of those people. She seems like she'd be the type, you know? She's so good no one notices her. Yeah, that's what makes her dangerous. One of the few competent people in the administration. Anyway, I don't know, man. Crazy, I had to Google her. I thought Miller was chief of staff. Well, he's deputy chief of staff, but I think she was chief of staff for the previous administration, or Miller has been competent. Yeah, but Miller's not the kind of guy who would be a confidant to Trump. Not that they don't have that relationship. They don't have that relationship. I don't think Trump's going to going to resign. I don't think it's insane, though, to draw attention to the fact that J.D. Vance has been weirdly quiet lately. If there's evidence 100% proving it, what happens? Nothing. This is all about PR. It's all a PR game, okay? It's all a PR game. But trust me, that matters. Anyway, sorry, 1 second. It's a good time to be active on the channel. Let me send this over to the editors. Maybe what, like insane? Megyn Kelly defends ephebophilia to protect Trump. Only 17 typos. All right, send that over. I'm really tired. Sorry, if I'm a little bit low energy, it's just I didn't sleep that good. The sunrise alarm clock, I need to adjust some of its settings. Just say pedophilia. Well, ephebophilia kind of communicates that point, no? Not to normies. Nobody knows that word. Nobody knows what that means. Something tells me that Carolyn Levitt's going to mention it at a press briefing soon, and after that, all you people will call me a wizard for knowing what... I'm just getting ahead of the curve, okay? What's the chance that Republicans will all flip on Trump if the files are bad enough? Well... I got some news for you on that one.
Way, I got to give credit to Lauren Boebert to walk into the White House, the center of power, the free world, really, and to sustain that and to come back out and to be solid, and also to Nancy Mace and Marjorie Taylor Greene. There was all the speculation that they might take their names off, and they never did. So it's not a hoax. It's not a moot point. It is a very serious thing. There are 1,000 victims. And there are survivors who have had a press conference with Ro Khanna and I, and that's what we're fighting for, justice for them.
Did y'all talk to them at any point during this, as the White House was making clear they were targeting these members?
I talked to them. I don't want to say which one I had this conversation with, but one of them was told, we can't let Massey have a win. How petty is that? I mean, this is more than about political...
Thomas Massey's a funny guy, you know. He's kind of occupies like the Rand Paul position for the House. Thomas Massey made an argument. I'm trying to see if I can find... Man, hold on. Okay, there's so much to get down to here, okay? So, look. The 218th signature on the discharge petition was officially signed last night when Grijalva was finally admitted by Mike Johnson into the House of Representatives, something he only had to do so the government reopening bill could be signed by the House. He did so. Then she signed it. 218. That's the amount needed. That forces a vote on the release of the Epstein files. Mike Johnson scheduled it for next week, which is actually pretty quick. He didn't have to do that. I'm not entirely sure why he did it that quickly, and it's very interesting that he did, and I'll speculate on that. The White House has begun a pressure campaign to try to get members of the House, Republicans, to not vote in favor of the release of the Epstein files.
Breaking news this morning, after 43 days, the longest shutdown in U.S. history, finally over. President Trump signing the bill to reopen the government late last night after it was passed by the House. But as Washington turns a page on that battle, new fallout is looming over the White House from the newly released trove of documents in the Jeffrey Epstein investigation. Among the files, multiple emails from Epstein that specifically mention Donald Trump's name. The White House is now ramping up pressure on House Republicans after 4 of them, including 3 women, signed a discharge petition to...
4 may have signed the discharge petition, but it seems like far more Republicans than that are going to be signing for the release of the actual Epstein files. I understand that many people have said this before, and for the most part, I've avoided casting my name into the fire by making predictions about something like this, but I think this might actually be the beginning of the end for Donald Trump. Donald Trump's ability to do whatever he wants is predicated on unanimous consent from his own party. As long as his party holds the House, the Senate, the White House, and the Supreme Court, and they all follow in line no matter what he does, no matter how stupid it is, he can more or less get away with everything. But as soon as there's any pushback or opposition from within his party, things start to fall apart quickly, which is why they've been so aggressive in cracking down on dissent. Republicans expecting mass defections on Epstein vote. Thomas Massie said it best on CNN, and if I could just find that quote, I'm trying to find the video accompaniment to it, but I can just read it out loud. Thomas Massie to CNN on the Epstein files. This vote is going to be on your record longer than Trump is going to be president. And what are you going to do in 2028 and 2030 when you're in a debate and they say, how can we trust you? You covered up for a pedophile back in 2025. Yeah. And that's the line right there. I said it, man. A lot of people understand Trump is both old and his popularity is waning. The argument from a lot of MAGA supporters was that Trump would be more popular if he had the ability to do whatever he wanted. The reason he became unpopular in his first term was because he was held back by neocons. Well, now we see what happens. He's not held back by neocons anymore, and he's more unpopular than ever. Everyone knows how this is going. Nobody believes it's going any other way. Nobody believes in the eternal Trumpian dynasty. They know where his popularity is heading. And a lot of these Republican politicians are in their 40s, in their 50s, hell, their early 60s. They want to be in power decades from now. Do they want to hitch their ride to this wagon forever? That's the argument Massey's making. And if that's where the winds are blowing, then Trump is genuinely over. There is nothing Trump can do against both near unanimous dissent from Democrats and dissent within the Republican Party. Absolutely nothing. Senior Republicans privately believe dozens of Republicans will vote for it, possibly 100 or more, according to 5 people granted anonymity to speak candidly. They rushed to the news with that one. And that's just the number of people who went to Politico. Democrats pushing the petition publicly predicted Republicans would rush to support the measure once it hit the floor. Or in other words, once the tipping point is reached with the discharge petition, that's it. And now everyone wants to jump on board. I swear to God, if American democracy is saved literally only because Trump was too much of a pedophile to ignore. Yep. In deep red Kentucky, where Dems have zero chance of winning, would you suggest people vote for Massey? Massey's probably the best Republican in the House. Again, still awful. But at the very least, he's been, like, beefing with Trump for a while, and I think that's funny. Don Bacon said he'd vote in favor of a bill demanding the Justice Department release files related to Epstein, but expressed confidence in the House Oversight Committee's work in releasing information related to the case. Tim Burchett said he'd vote for the measure when it comes to the House floor. That's already enough, man. Enough House Republicans have already indicated that they'll vote for it. We have more than the number of people who signed the discharge petition. And the White House has not left a lot of room for moderate dissent within the Republican Party. According to the White House, according to Trump many times over, all of this is a Democrat hoax. You're falling for it if you spend any time thinking about it. Just focus on the affordability agenda that, you know, the new word affordability that he learned right after Zohran Mamdani won, you know? They have not like succeeded in giving Republicans any way of expressing dissent without just openly opposing the party. In essence, they've forced a loyalty test. And it's not going the way they want it to. To your point, apparently the pressure on Boebert was so intense she got even more convinced there's a conspiracy. I don't know if this is true. It's just somebody saying it in a tweet. But it is a congressional correspondent for the New York Times, so... My understanding is that the relentless pressure campaign on Lauren Boebert has that has included carrot, stick, good cop, bad cop, has made her even more dug in, suspicious, and convinced there's a conspiracy at play. There is a conspiracy at play. The president is a pedophile, and they're trying to cover up the Epstein files. It's a very simple conspiracy, but it is at play. It's never been more at play than it is right now. It's very in play. This is what happens when you cultivate a base of people who thrive on conspiracy and then try to convince them that everything's fine when you're obviously doing a conspiracy, you know? People don't like that. It just doesn't work you're not satisfying people. You're not triggering their dopamine receptors. You're not giving them what they want. Yeah, conspiracy fact, honestly. The fact that even Lauren Boebert, I mean, Lauren Boebert is like a MAGA diehard, too. That even she's shifting on this. Remarkable. If anything, the fact that her and Marjorie Taylor Greene were some of the people who shifted over means to me they were always more sincere than the average neocon. There are Republicans in Congress right now who were tepid neocons during the Clinton administration, freakish MAGA acolytes under Trump, and now they're all being quiet about the Epstein files. They're the real suits. They're the real deep state fucks. They're the real, like, silent killers, the people who just sit there and do whatever they're told as long as it keeps them in power. At least Marjorie Taylor Greene, Lauren Boebert and such are crazy and authentic enough that they would actually be concerned about something like this. I can't believe I'm saying it, but like the authenticity of earnest, retarded populism might actually be the killing blow to the populist movement of the Republican Party. Isn't that crazy? Who could have guessed? Certainly not I. Ah, my beautiful partner is looking for cats. Where might they be? Nobody knows. Time is a flat circle? Certainly. Yeah, no, it's really interesting stuff. It's really, really, really interesting stuff. Populism's the double-edged sword, I suppose, right? I mean, you get a lot more zealotry when you bring people like that up. If anything, I mean, I don't know. I don't know. There's a million things to say. I guess the most pointed thing, and maybe the most inappropriate thing of me to say, but it's true anyway, is that, like, if this was a real, serious fascist government, they would have already had Boebert taken care of. They would have had enough people taken care of that they wouldn't be worrying about this. At the end of the day, that's the final option for the Nazi regime, the Soviets, whatever, truly authoritarian governments, you know? You don't get this kind of internal dissent because they don't survive long enough to dissent. But this is an influencer presidency, you know? Everyone wants to talk like they're the scariest dictators in the world, and then when it comes down to it, you know, no one wants to do the wet work. Thank God for that. Their hope was that, you know, random stochastic terrorism would do the job for them, but no. So like the Chinese government? I mean, the Chinese government does disappear people. Possibly because they actually believe in the project they're trying to put forward. Trump's approval ratings declined noticeably during the shutdown. Man, thank you, Schumer, for ending that, you know? Man, look at that. His approval ratings held steady for half a year and then started plummeting during the shutdown. And they were like, we need to end this state of affairs immediately. Am I wrong for saying I have far more respect for Boebert than I do for Chuck Schumer? Lauren Boebert is almost certainly a better person than Chuck Schumer. Chuck Schumer is one of the most evil men in D.C., without question. I have far more respect for lunatic fascist populists than I do for the soulless, faceless, mindless suits who have no principles, no bonds, no allegiances, no ideology, just shift from position to position to benefit those in power. 100%, yeah. And which is and I'm consistent on this, one of the reasons why I've said that I think Trump is almost certainly one of the least evil people in his cabinet, you know? because Trump is incredibly authentic. I mean, he lies all the time, but you can trust him to do that at least, right? I mean, he can't the whatever he has in his mind just dribbles out of his mouth. It's very, very difficult to get him to orchestrate. Like, he's not even doing the Epstein conspiracy. Right? He's not doing a cover-up, really. A reporter will ask him, "Hey, how do you feel about the Epstein stuff?" And he'll say, "Shut up. Don't bring it up again. I'm very mad at you for bringing it up. It didn't happen. Fuck you." Like, it's not like, if this is conspiracy slop, it's not exactly like a fucking Sherlock novel, you know? It's like, we all know that he's a pedophile. Everyone knows he's a pedophile. You get me. So yeah, credit to Boebert and MTG and so on. Yeah, the world's worst kept secret. Chuck Schumer's just fine. Just is fine. Just milquetoast. Preferring fascists just makes you a fascist. Chuck Schumer prefers fascists. Chuck Schumer explicitly prefers fascist governance to progressives taking control of the Democratic Party. That's not like a conspiratorial lefty position. That's like a well-known and consistent part of his plan. You can't keep falling for that shit, man. I would not rather have Marjorie Taylor Greene in charge of the government than Chuck Schumer, because Chuck Schumer at the very least would be competent. But I do think Chuck Schumer is more evil. Like in the circles of hell, as it like kind of, you know, as it concentrates down, there are few people that I imagine more evil than these people who just enable the evil around them but have no ideological tie themselves. Do you know why that is? It's for the same reason that I stopped doing debates. It's because I realized that I've enjoyed debating horrible people, you know, neo-Nazis and the like, and, you know, you have your arguments, and you rarely convince the person you're arguing with, but the point of an argument is to sharpen your sword and to convince the audience. But now, people on the right, nobody fucking believes in anything. Nobody does. Nobody on the right does. And I have no interest in arguing with people who will gleefully switch their position from one to another based on what they think would be more based or a better rebuttal in the moment. There's no come to Jesus moment with them. There's no point where they can go, "Oh, wait," and then, don't get me wrong, I don't expect them to repent right there. Nobody does that, you know. But they're never flustered because they never believed in anything to begin with. All of it was a pantomime. It was a rhetorical performance. It was improv. Everything that I said to them was just a pitch. It was a prompt for them to respond to, you know. What could I say now that would be the most based? That's all they have. And I think a lot of people in government operate that way. I think that kind of like anti-empiricism is pervasive in a lot of places, not just on the right, but, you know, mostly on the right, to be fair. There are far more inauthentic people on the right than there are on the left. That's without a doubt, without a doubt. I do despise these people. I do. I don't think of them as people the same way that I am. I really don't. I think that you need to abandon so much of your faculties of reason, or you need to do away with so much of what I consider to be a fundamental part of being a conscious person in order to behave that way shamelessly, reflexively too. It's not like they put cognitive effort into it, right? They just slip into it. And that to me is, I don't know. I can't stand, I really can't stand it. I have a deep hatred for these people. Far more than I ever could for some fucking retard like Marjorie Taylor Greene, who, by the way, I hate, and I'm not buying her redemption tour at all, you know? But at the very least, in her behavior, you see glimmers of sincerity. Often limited glimmers, don't get me wrong. She's still very performative, but it's a difference that matters to me. And it's a frustration that still, like, burns in me quite a bit, you know? No, anyway. My trauma aside. Lamau, she's sincere about being evil? Yes! But that makes a difference. That makes such a big difference. There's such a huge difference between arguing with a racist because they genuinely believe that it is good to be racist versus a person who's racist because they enjoy taking the position of being racist for the sake of the performance. You know what I mean? You can't ever convince a person out of a bad position if they don't even know if they believe the bad position themselves. Anyway. You can't convince fascists out of a bad position either. Oh, don't get me into this again. If a person sincerely believes something, it is possible to sway them. If a person doesn't sincerely believe in any way, it is impossible to sway them. Most fascists are to some degree anti-empirical, and their beliefs are shaky at best, you know? They don't have concrete, you know, epistemologically rooted, you know, reasons for believing everything they believe. It's usually like an emotional impulse, but usually even people who are guided by those emotional impulses and who kind of like post hoc invent the explanations afterwards still have some sincere belief in it. Or to put it another way, many racists have very bad, inconsistent reasons for being racist, but they still are racist. They have some emotional like root in that belief. They would be disrupted in some way if one of or multiple of their positions were challenged or rebutted, you know? They might shift to another one, but it would still get to them. It's not the same as if they were just treating it all like improv. There are degrees of sincerity here. I think I'm a pretty sincere person. I stand by my positions, you know? So for the most part, I like to feel like I'm talking to people on a level playing field. It's one of the reasons why I just can't stand debate now. I mean, I've said this many times before, but it's just I think that right now the only way to survive as a like MAGA operative on the right, you know, anyone who advocates for the positions of modern day conservatives, you have to be so far gone. It's very bad here in America, too. I've seen, like, reform voters over in the UK who come across as a lot more earnest and sincere than MAGA voters here. I think it has to do with, like, the vice signaling, you know? It's just less common elsewhere, I think, maybe. You used to make the argument that it's not about arguing with the other person or changing their mind. It's about audience capture and convincing those who can't be reached. Yeah, but it doesn't work when an entire group of people also don't believe in anything. I'd like to think I have my finger on the pulse of the behavior of conservatives these days pretty well. It is my job to pay attention after all. You have to understand. Listen, buddy, there's a reason why the apex of like internet debate culture was towards the end of Trump's first term and the beginning of Biden's, because there was an era of reconciliation or maybe reconciliatory intentions from the right where they understood that Trump's first presidency was a failure and they had to try to reach out to more people. As soon as the MAGA movement realized they didn't have to reach out to more people, they had enough to try to end things as it was, they stopped trying to incorporate and started to consolidate. All of that interest in fair debate dried up, you know? Jesus Christ, one of the right's biggest actors just got shot in the neck doing a debate. Can't you tell the era's over? God's pitching you every signal he can here. He's like, it's done, it's done, it's done. Counting or not counting, gang violence. Bleh! That's like, that's, what signal do you need? Who? I don't remember his name. All right. We got way more to talk about, man. Did you hear Hassan has become a China shill now? So just so you guys know, because you do confuse me with this, Hassan Piker, that's one S in Hassan. Hassan with two S's, that's a different Hassan. A China shill now. At this point, he's having his tour provided using Chinese public funding. Chinese handler orchestrated China government program to deny the Uyghur genocide by doing breakfast. The radical dino, you're too close to the situation, okay? You just dumped way too much information, and I disregarded all of it. What is Hassan doing? What is Hassan doing? Is he not just in China? Yeah, but is he in China in a sinister fashion? Is he doing China sinisterly? Tourism is inherently sinister? I don't think that's necessarily true. I'm pro-tourism, generally, right? Like, I'm pro-tourism, I guess, as a concept. Obviously, in practice, you know, there's many, many ways for it to be done poorly. I'm looking, is there like because I have seen people bitching about Hassan going to China. Did something interesting happen there? If I YouTube search Hassan Piker China, is something going to come up? He did an interview. Did he interview? He interviewed like a cop or something, right? No? Okay, I don't know. He is visiting China. No, I understand that.
Roger, you seen this?
Oh, yeah.
Look. Yeah.
这是什么呀？他录个视频。你是他导游？没有。Oh, the film. Stop. Okay.
Why does this have so many dislikes? He got interviewed by a cop because they were checking his phone. Why was a cop checking his phone? That seems kind of weird.
Oh, I didn't take a photo.
He said he wants to see the background.
Oh. A lot of the stuff that we're doing, we're getting checks. Like, we're not, like, we're getting pre-clearance. We're not just rolling up, chatters. Like, we're not just going, what's up, everybody? Like, Hassan, have you seen these absurdities? Newsweek, Hassan Piker stopped from filming by police in China. What we know. This is what I mean. Like, this is what I mean. This is what's so insane about this. Like, how is this an international incident? It was a brief moment of random cop.
Well, you are a big live streamer. I don't know. I personally think it's bad that Chinese police can just stop you and ask to look at your phone. I think it's bad in America. I mean, for the most part in America, that doesn't happen. Like, I never in my life has a U.S. cop gone up to me while I was just walking around and been like, "Can I see your phone?" I would say no. Like, I would instantly turn into a sovereign citizen. I would be like, "Excuse me, sir. My birth certificate has my name printed in all capital letters, whereas my name is I, capital I, lowercase a, lowercase n. You have no authority over me. I demand to be represented in a court of admiralty, as is my right as a United States citizen, all capital letters."
Came up, thought that we were around.
I'm traveling. I'm traveling.
And it was fine. Why is this on Newsweek? Why is this news? We cannot have a system where a random Twitch streamer such as myself, who has a ton of haters, will then have something happen that gets highlighted to mainstream media. We can't keep doing this, okay? It's especially funny because I have been...
We're not done with the Epstein stuff, okay? This is just a pedophile buffer, all right? We need to... It's like a sandwich, okay? You can't have straight 2 hours of stream be about Epstein. You have to, like, put, like, slices of meat in there. And Hassan certainly is a slice of meat, isn't he? Yes, sir.
Shot at by American police while live streaming constitutionally protected, First Amendment protected acts of free protest and free demonstration in the United States of America. I have been tear gassed in France. I have been tear gassed in America. No news coverage. 1 minute conversation with a Chinese cop outside of Tiananmen Square where there's like a misunderstanding. And all of a sudden, this is like the worst international incident. I do not understand how this is. Like, that's crazy.
I do think that's a little bit dumb. I think it's reasonable. You are a large streamer, and also from a Western perspective, I am quite uncomfortable at the idea of a cop just stopping me to look through my phone. Of course, that's going to be talked about. Like, it does like showcase a lack of right of freedom of speech in China, which, I mean, they don't have, right? Not as much as we do, of course. You have some rights in China, certainly, but you know, people do get in trouble for more over there with regard to criticizing the government. To be fair, an American cop would also do this? Well, no, not really. No, American cops don't just stop people because they've got their phone out.
crazy. That is actually crazy. When cops shoot at you in LA during protests, your haters defend the cops. Since you're in China, it's different. I know, but like, it seems like they're defending China. What is this? The meme that gets seen won't be tough guy wins without lifting a finger. Do nothing win. He was wearing a Hongjun uniform, and the guy in the hat probably thought he was joking. The pictures in his live stream weren't malicious, but the young soldiers definitely wouldn't be happy to see them, lol. He wasn't arrested by questions. Some anti-China individuals on foreign websites are making fun of that clip. Yeah, I will state this one more time, okay?
You're whitewash. Cops and ICE are 10 million times scarier than a small stop. I'm pretty sure that even if I was black, cops in America wouldn't just stop me if I had my phone out. That's just not, it's just not something that happens over here, really. I'm sure it's happened in some cases, but it would be pretty extraordinary if it happened.
I will state this one more time for people that don't understand it. I know this doesn't need to be repeated in this community. Obviously, you guys are aware of this. You've been around. But like, the reality of the matter is, briefly being questioned by a cop outside of Tiananmen Square is, you know, it's a unique moment of stress.
Privilege is oozing. I can't tell if you're joking. This happens every time you talk about cops. You can't. I can't tell if you're joking. No, regardless of your race in America, this is just not something that cops really do. It hasn't happened to me. It probably hasn't happened to you either, I'm guessing. In China, the government is a lot more concerned with what people are saying on their phones and doing on their phones than here in America. That's just a fact, you know?
It happens, right? But like, what is so insane to me is that like, I'm a person who has had altercations with American police. I'm a person who's had altercations with police in European capitals. I've interacted with cops all around the world. I've gone to protests. I've been tear gassed. I've been pepper sprayed.
You went to an event that is roughly analogous to the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier here in the US, and they were being a bit loud and fucking around. It wasn't just freedom of speech or randomly, so that's the context. Sure, but if you were being loud and fucking around at the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier in America, at Arlington, they wouldn't like stop to check your phone, you know? They would just tell you to shut the fuck up.
I've been stun grenaded, like a stun grenade exploded in my head, like near my head, me and March's head, when we were in Los Angeles in my own backyard.
They haven't thrown anything yet, but they'll start throwing. Oh, are you good?
And it's so crazy, that brief interaction of like one young Chinese cop slash soldier, I don't know if he was a cop or if he was a soldier or not, like showing up to be like, what the f***'s on your phone? And like,
it's true, but he didn't get into any tangible trouble for his phone. Man, why everyone moves the goalposts? I just think that it's understandable that people would think it newsworthy that a cop stopped him to look at his phone. That's it. That's the only position that I'm defending here. I'm pretty broadly anti-cop here. It's not, I'm not like, but I'm not going to defend police because they're Chinese or whatever. Like, I just don't think, I just don't like that, I guess, unless there's some extenuating circumstances or whatever. I understand the law differs place to place. For example, in Japan, Japan has pretty strict laws about public filming, probably because of all the upskirting shots or whatever. So, cops will ask you to stop recording stuff on your phone, but they're not like checking your phone to see if you've criticized the Chinese government or whatever the fuck. They just don't like it when you're recording. But it depends on the area, I think. I did see cops in the Shibuya district stop a guy who was doing like some big crowd recording. Like he had a camera set up and he was filming people crossing that famous intersection.
Having like a 1 minute altercation has been blown up into this much more significant thing. Like, I've been detained by my own country, man. Like, I've been detained by my own country, my own country's Customs and Border Protection. And
Actually, though, how is this different than American cops stopping black people to check their pockets? You mean stop and frisk? Well, stop and frisk, well, they're slightly different in that usually the police officer is looking for a reason to arrest you for possession or for having a weapon on you, but they're not checking to see if you've been critical of the regime. That being said, stop and frisk is really bad. And by the way, if like Speed was in New York doing a live stream and then a cop stopped and frisked him, I think that would get international news, to be clear. Like let's all, to be fair, that would probably get a couple of headlines. But even then there's a difference because usually that's the cops trying to farm something to book you on. Whereas my assumption is that in China, they're more concerned with ideological violations, which I do find pretty scary as an American, you know? As fucked as my country is, I do appreciate the fact that we do still have pretty robust freedom of speech rights here. As long as you're not an immigrant criticizing Israel. If you're an American citizen.
Border Patrol, and we're talking about like a cop coming up and being a little aggro. What does he say? Hassan Piker declares, I don't have any patriotism for America while streaming from Tiananmen Square. No, I said I don't have any patriotism in general. I don't have any sort of patriotism in my heart for any, for America, but just in general. I'm not like a very, I care about people. Like, I find it fascinating that the Chinese people.
Holy American framing. This is so dumb. Vosh, you're getting duped by LSF. What are you talking about? I'm watching a Hassan video. I don't go on LSF. What are you talking about, man? The defense squad makes me... Okay, chat, genuine question. Have I said a single negative thing about Hassan once? During this? No, I fucking haven't. No. What the fuck?
Do. That was my point. What is happening? Why is it that people don't understand what I'm saying? I'm saying I am not like a particularly patriotic person, okay? So it's fascinating to me that even if it's not my cup of tea, that they have a national flag raising ceremony. It's remarkable that there are people who are coming from all around the world. Oh my God. Or all around China. You had to have known people would weaponize this, no? I did. I just didn't think that they would do it this fast. In any case, perpetually misunderstood, professionally misunderstood. Let go of the autistic compulsion to be understood. They either don't and don't want to try to understand you, or they don't care.
Hassan's always been weirdly pro-China. I know that broadly he has been like that. I know that. I'm just looking at whatever the drama is because I saw some people talking about it.
Sure, autism is one thing, but you do understand that, like, it's my job.
Central planning fucking slaps, can you blame him? But China isn't centrally planned. China has some strict market regulations so to make sure that corporate interests ultimately serve the state, but like it is a capitalist country. It also depends on what area you're in. I don't know what part of China he's in. Some areas are like super special commerce zones or whatever, but it's not centrally planned. Like the logistics to fill market needs aren't being managed by the state. They're not deciding what everyone gets, right? There's still like market forces determining these things. If anything, like it's closer to a kind of, it's not even state capitalism really, because it is still privately run. If anything, it's a little bit closer to kind of an authoritarian social democracy, where you have not necessarily like a social safety net, you have more like a state safety net to make sure that the corporations are acting in line with the national interest, which isn't necessarily a terrible thing. I do mind the authoritarianism though, you know?
Communicate these opinions, right? Like, it's not me being autistic where I'm like annoyed that people are professionally misunderstanding me. I mean, that's annoying for anyone. But also on top of that, it is low-key my job to communicate my points of view, which is why it's always annoying that like so many of these, like most of these guys are usually like pro-Israel people too, like pro-Israel.
To be honest, the fact that unions and striking is illegal undermines a lot of arguments that it's a worker state. No, I don't think it's a worker state at all. I don't think China's a proletarian state at all. China's no more a proletarian state than the United States is. If anything, it is it's an indication of how much more you can get done and how much faster you can get it done if the state has an interest in real nation building and isn't just like defenseless at the whims of corporate interests, right? Like in America, the government barely puts any effort at all into making sure that corporations are doing stuff that benefits the country and the people within the country. Whereas in China, they are a lot harsher on the corporate sector, you know? The private sector is expected to act in ways that are to the national interest, and if they don't act that way, there are consequences.
And stuff that are like looking for any opportunity to attack, but it's just annoying. In any case, this is ridiculous. Hassan Piker stopped for filming by police in China, what we know. American online political commentator Hassan Piker is going viral after being confronted by security while live streaming at Beijing's Tiananmen Square early Tuesday morning. Footage uploaded to Piker's Twitch channel, Hassan Abi, which is over 3 million followers, shows Piker and several other influencers making their way to the daily sunset flag raising ceremony at the Tiananmen Gate and at the portrait of the Chinese Communist Party, Mao Zedong. China tightly controls public speech and social media, and those who publicly raise sensitive issues, particularly criticism of party leadership, are subject to harsh penalties, including imprisonment. Authorities closely monitor recording activities at Tiananmen Square, a symbol of China's political power and site of major historical events, including the pro-democracy protests that the People's Liberation Army violence. Oh, Jesus Christ, dude. Newsweek reached out to Piker by email for a request to comment. This screenshot from a Twitch live stream for American influencer Hassan Piker shows him standing next to Chairman. Oh yeah,
he's talking quickly to hide the words in the article. I don't think he's doing that. If that's the case, if that's what his intention is, he's doing a pretty bad job of hiding some pretty innocuous text.
Yeah, Christ. They be talking like you were criticizing China. No. You know what's crazy about this entire thing? Like, this is not that big of a ordeal. It's not that big of an ordeal. You know what's ironic is, I mean, we'll see what happens. My dad sent me that I feel no patriotism for America or anyone in general clip via hate tweet. If he listened to the clip, he'd hear what you had to say, but I doubt he did. Yeah, it's not, it just got views on Twitter. Yeah, when I said I don't have any patriotism for America while streaming from Tiananmen Square, I was literally talking about, like, this is not for me. You know what I mean? Like, the national flag raising ceremony is not something that I can comprehend and I can understand because I'm not a particularly patriotic person. And this popular progressive pundit is not like your live stream from Beijing Tiananmen Square. Yeah, as the real article, right? You go.
I don't know. Doesn't seem like that big of a deal. I do think he plays defense for China way the hell too much. But, you know, that's not a new opinion of mine. Is that, wait, does he not have any of his, like, China travel vlogs? Okay, the Radical Dino, you're coming across a little bit hysterical. You have to stop. I can't believe I'm doing this to you, man. I can't believe I'm doing this to you. But you have to... Look at this. Look at how far up do I have to go before. Here we go. This was you beginning. And this is where we are now. I get it, okay? I understand. I'm not looking up who his Chinese government assigned handler is because I don't care that much. The fact that Hassan's defending the CCP is 10 times worse than defending Israel. Jesus fucking Christ. No, it's not. Well, no, that's absolutely not true. Even the moderate Democrat position on Israel is 50,000 times as Hitlerite as, like, the average internet tanky Hassan fan position on China. What the fuck? Israel is an evil, soulless country, okay? That's we don't need to oppression Olympics like that, okay? But if we were, Israel would be worse. Wait, so where are the China vlogs? Like, these are all just him recording. Where's the video of him just walking around China? Did he not put that in the main channel? Is there a second channel? It's on his Twitch, on the clip channels? I'm just a little curious. Just a little, you know. Hasanabi archive. Steven Crowder? Hassan Piker's commie cosplay in China fails hilariously? I don't know. People are being crazy out here. The Hill? They like his fit. Okay, if you're dressed like this, how are your ears not cold? My ears get cold so quickly. You know? If you're cold enough that you're wearing a turtleneck and like a turtleneck jacket or whatever.
So for me, it's like it's hard to comprehend.
Earlier in the live stream, Piker's crew were stopped by police at the event and were
Not
instructed
American.
to put away the phone. They were
Ignored. Not American, ignored. You got to be willing to suffer for fashion. It really is a shame that stinky 17-year-old nerds ruined the that Soviet hat that's really, really comfy and warm. You know? The people in high school who no one liked or talked to. The Yushanka. Yeah. It's too bad because it's actually a very comfy hat. He got the little red book from a fan. Oh, I didn't know that Austin was with him. You know, I saw him in LA once. I saw him over on Sunset when I was out with my family. He was I assume on a date, and looked like he was having a great time.
Oh yeah. What is this? Hey, what's going on?
No problem, chat.
Whoa, no way! It's a small one.
And it's the first version.
It's the first. Wait.
Yeah. Really?
Is that a Bible?
No,
All right. Okay. All right. That's very good. Didn't realize that this clip had been assembled by a 16-year-old. Very good. Okay. What did we learn today? That's right. That I'm the largest leftist live streamer that has not been directly condemned by Zoran Mamdani. Hassan Lol. Very good. It's true. It's true. You know? Hassan met with Mamdani. I met with Katie Wilson. The difference is Mamdani had to condemn him on the debate stage, and I was never condemned by Katie Wilson on the debate stage. So, you know. Mehdi Hassan interviewed Abdul Al-Sayed. Really? Well, that's a whole goddamn 30-minute interview. I might have to get to that in my own time. Here, I'll add it to my watch later. I'm trying to watch more Zeteo content on my own time because it's usually a real brain buster, you know? Watch later. There we go. What body fat actually looks like. What is this? I've been seeing this video all over the recommended. This is 22% body fat? Fucking how?
Do you know your body fat percentage? Take a guess.
I'm gonna guess 21. So like that, just be.
Things can get at the very leanest level.
I love it. I love it when guys are a little fat like that. Like the guy on the right.
A little later, a female at 40%, much to get there. But you might be surprised.
15%? I don't know. I don't really care about this stuff. The only shit you need to worry about is the mirror and the scale, you know?
Percent, they start to feel hungry, depleted, and low energy. In that case, I think maintaining a slightly higher level at around 20% is actually smart, so you avoid constant yo-yo dieting.
You know what's one of my favorite bits of internet discourse is when men who are like muscleholics, you know, workaholics, whatever the fuck, keep getting shocked and surprised that women prefer guys who are at like 20% body fat to 10% body fat, you know? Like this right here, I guess this is 30 or whatever. I don't know. That like tons of women prefer when guys look like that to when they're fucking hyper ripped or whatever. Like this. But if you're gay, it works out. Yeah, but gay men are fucking insane. Huh. Well, anyway. I don't know, that's a bit icky. I don't think it's icky. It's just like, you know, it's not natural. And I don't mean that in like a morally judgmental way. I just mean like, you know, I think that if you're very, very ripped, your body communicates a specific lifestyle that a lot of people find a little bit odd or demanding, but you can be pretty muscular, but have some fat on you and communicate a kind of like rugged, robust health that people find more naturally enticing, I think. Whereas if you're like a guy and you're at 9% body fat, you kind of have to be like a gym rat with very specific macros, and you're meal prepping and it's all white rice and chicken and, you know, stuff like that. And it, like you can see it on your body, and it's like there's no way around it. Like that has to be your life now. But you can be like a big guy and a little chubby, and it's like, oh no, he's just like, he just works out, you know? Brown rice is yummier. Children in chat aren't ready to hear this, just like they're not ready to hear that the tooth fairy isn't real or that the crust is the best part of the sandwich, but you're completely correct. Yeah, 100%. Brown rice is way tastier than white rice. Better for you too, because it's got the fiber to delay the absorption of the carbohydrates, you know? White rice is slop. Asia slop. Yeah, but brown rice interferes with the flavor of curries. Yes, if you're making like flavored rice, then you need to use some kind of white or jasmine or whatever derivative. But brown rice, like on its own, if you're just having rice on its own, without like a bunch of seasoning added. And yeah, I think that brown rice is the shit. Me telling my 98-pound Japanese neighbor that white rice is unhealthy compared to brown rice is fucked up, dude. I just want to wear the goddamn capital clothes. I just want to wear my goddamn Japanese designer clothing. But all of their fucking people are tiny. It's ridiculous, man. You know, I was tight in a fucking... Marsby Schwanen's a German company. I was tight in their double XL. Whenever I have to... I wear like a large, sometimes a medium in Western sizing for tops, you know? But then you look at the Japanese stuff, and it's like... Okay, Blue Owl recently got some drops from Captain Sunshine. Phenomenal brand, Japanese, Americana workwear, etc., you know? I take a look at what their sweatpants, what their sizing is. I take a look. I don't even look at medium, large. I go right to the double XL. Double XL? Oh, are you a fat fuck? Are you an obese retard, Westoid? Okay, don't worry. We've got the double XL for you. It fits waist sizes of up to 34 inches. Okay. That's fine. That's fine. I'm not mad. Okay. Why the fuck do I have so many tabs? Hold on, we need to do some clearing.
Are you asking me why it's wrong to rape children?
Yeah, I need you to tell me why it is wrong in your eyes
to rape children.
To do that. Yes. Do you need
big conversations happening on the right?
Me to repeat it? Can you not hear me? Do you have too many talks in your ears, or what's up?
Okay, somebody when this link was pitched to me, they said you're not missing out much by not debating. This is what debates are like now.
Why is it wrong? Is that too hard of a question? You can mute me with the background noise if you want. I'm ready to hear your answer.
It's happening. It's actually happening.
That pearl clutching is so beta. Why don't you actually answer the...
Is this Mr. Girl? No, but his name is based something, which pretty much tells you, again, like nothing even... I bet, you know what? This is not intended as a defense of this guy. I bet he's not even a pedophile. I bet he's just bored and staving off suicide by attracting attention online. I hate these people. I really do. Stop? No, I mean it. I 100% mean it. Yeah, I overwhelmingly, you see this with so many of these people. Just arguing because you can. There's no point. You genuinely might as well be arguing with an animal or a wall or whatever else. 1,000,000% a troll? No. Troll is the wrong word, okay? Because being a troll is a deliberate performative act where you're trying to agitate people for fun, you know? But I think this goes way, 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 way beyond it, you know? Not even an attention whore, okay? There's like this nihilistic void. They're like unpersons. A troll can have a bunch of sincere positions, but then troll people for fun. These people, I really genuinely do not think believe in anything. Anyway, Fetterman died or something type shit. Statement from Senator Fetterman's spokesperson. During an early morning walk, Senator Fetterman sustained a fall near his home in Braddock. Fat fuck. Geez, how did he survive, man? At his weight, the collision is his height? Out of an abundance of caution, he was transported to a hospital in Pittsburgh. Upon evaluation, it was established he had a ventricular fibrillation flare-up that led to Fetterman feeling lightheaded, falling to the ground and hitting his face with minor injuries. Do you think this means he's going to go back to being a leftist? Fetterman had this to say: "If you thought my face looked bad before, wait till you see it now." Great, whatever. Well, it didn't take him out, so...
Can do great. So much money is involved, and we're willing to pay so much
Trump
money
ending
to
the
the
shutdown.
people. So we're going to pay a lot of money to the people. They're going to go out and buy their own health care, and we're going to forget this Obamacare madness. So with all of that, I just want to tell you the country has never been in better shape. We went through this short-term disaster with the Democrats because they thought it would be good politically. And it's an honor now to sign this incredible bill and get our country working again. Thank you very much.
Literally just Obamacare with extra steps. No. It's far worse than that. You know, the main problem with Obamacare is that it did nothing to address the sky-high cost of insurance. What he's essentially arguing is that whatever tiny, minuscule limits there are to the cost of insurance get removed entirely, and instead you just get cut a check. You know, it's difficult to overstate how unaffordable insurance is already set to be now that the ACA tax subsidies are not set to be renewed, and they won't be. At least it seems very unlikely that they will be. Apparently, Trump's team is trying to figure out how to do the subsidies without saying they're doing them. Wait, what? Are they... Oh my God. Did they have an internal conversation? Were they like, hold on, wait 1 second. If we do this, everyone will die. And not in like a based and red-pilled way, but more in a like, 1,000 years from now, people will be burning an effigy of Trump, or like at a fire. Sir, we've poked the bear. Sir? Alan, we are so fucked. Yeah. It turns out people need healthcare to live. Who could have guessed? Trump's Domestic Policy Council and senior health advisors have been meeting privately for preliminary consultations on how to address the expiration of health insurance tax credits, a thing you fought for, according to a White House official and another person familiar with this. Conversations about a White House alternative to the ACA subsidies, which will expire at year's end or in the early... Are they just going to replace the subsidies but call them like the Trump Care Act or something? Like, what? The Trump cities? Options the admin officials have publicly teased in recent days include giving money out directly to Americans to cover health costs. This will not work. And subsidizing out-of-pocket costs for low-income people who roam the ACA. By the same amount as the previous subsidies? There's no way. In the absence of these existing subsidies, Americans are expected to face an average 114% increase in insurance costs in 2026. An average. So the shutdown is for nothing? It's funny. It's kind of the Republican version of the Democrat problem they've been having with ending the shutdown with no real gains, meaning the shutdown was all pointless. If the Republicans then go ahead and do their own ACA premium subsidy bill or whatever, that would then make the shutdown pointless from their end. The only reason they were holding off on accepting the Democrats' proposal was because they wanted to brand the ACA tax subsidy or the ACA premium subsidies with their own fucking name. Two retards fighting. Genuinely, civilization cannot survive this level of governmental incompetence. Like, this is so beyond the pale. It's such a fucking joke. It's so... I don't want to be racist about this. I say every day about everything. But, you know, it does remind me a lot of... You've probably seen this, right? Where you learn something about the third world. It could be some, like, tiny South Asian country or something in Central Africa or whatever. Like, some lunatic dictator or warlord or whatever else there is doing something ridiculous. And from the outside, it looks absurd, but you know that from the inside, it's more like a bunch of yes men are too afraid of being executed to tell him that it was a bad idea, so everyone just kind of like half-assed through it together, and everyone's too afraid to acknowledge how bad or how stupid it looks. Russia does this stuff all the time. Yeah, 100% they do. That's our entire government now about everything. That's everything we do about everything. It's insane. World's first fourth world country, alongside Argentina, I suppose. World's second fourth world country. Sadly, they will almost certainly get an approval bump for this. I actually disagree. I don't think there's any way what they're proposing makes it through Congress. So think about it. Right now, Congress, especially the House, is in an uproar because of the Epstein business. A bunch of Republicans are considering defection. Then the White House tries to push through a multi-billion, like hundreds of billions of dollars bill that could be very fairly criticized from the Democrats and from the Republicans. Democrats can say it's not enough. Republicans can say, didn't we literally just shut the government down to fight this? What the fuck is going on? Like, we all held our vote. We held the government down to avoid having to pay this ACA subsidy. It's possible it can't even get through. Maybe.
Okay, thank you very much. I don't know if you have questions. I think we really have a really great situation. We have a country that we love, and we have a country that's in great shape. As you know, we have now it's over $18 trillion invested in our country by other people and countries. That's a record. There's never been a country that had so much, and that money's going into also building new auto plants, new AI plants, new everything. We've never had a time like this. Thank you very much, everybody.
Mr. President, are you prepared to negotiate with Democrats now?
Mr. President, on Jeffrey Epstein,
thank you very much.
Mr. President, can you respond to these Epstein emails that were released today?
Oh, man.
Well done, Mr. President.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Thank you. Goodbye. This is his personal hell. I have a feeling he's going to be making fewer like mixed audience appearances in the future. Definitely not going to want to talk to press as much, you know? This shit is so fucking funny. Yeah, okay, let me mark this down. Just 1 second. Republicans scrambling to replace ACA subsidies. No typos. Really proud of myself for that one. Really, really proud of myself. So, speaking of gubernatorial incompetence, sorry, not gubernatorial, governmental incompetence. We talked about this briefly the other day, but we are straight up missing an entire month of jobs, inflation, unemployment, etc. data. And we're getting a bunch of contradictory information on this. This is really, 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 really bad. There we go. Give me a proper news article. The White House said Wednesday it was unlikely that key federal inflation and labor reports impacted by the government shutdown would be released. From Carolyn Levitt, the Democrats may have permanently damaged the federal statistical system, with October CPI and jobs reports likely never being released, and all that economic data released will be permanently impaired, leaving our policymakers at the Fed flying blind during a critical period. It's never them, it's always the Dems. I cannot overstate how bad this is. It is impossible for me to overstate how bad this is. I cannot. So much data relies on these numbers. If we lose that information, we lose. Think of it as like cumulative data, right? If your data is wrong or missing for a month, what do you base the future data on? Projections? You'll never know if you were on or off. How do you go back and check?
Rate would have touched about 4.7%. In part, that's just because of furloughed workers who would be responding to the household survey saying that they are out of work during the period when they're not going to the office. Instead, we're not going to get that report. We are likely to get a November household survey and a November jobs report. And it's also easier for the BLS to estimate the number of jobs that there were in October, because they're just asking firms about payrolls. But that unemployment rate, which speaks to the balance in the labor market, we're not going to have a print for October, and measurement issues are likely going to be abound when we get the November report eventually.
So are we going to have lasting damage to just data that the markets relied upon, generally speaking?
Definitely going to be the case. It's a very iffy. It's very iffy right now around the CPI report, because you need to have workers from the BLS going and looking at prices on shelves to accumulate price data for the consumer price index. We're not going to have that for October. There are some components that can be rebuilt in hindsight. For example,
how has it not burst the AI bubble yet? Buddy, the AI bubble is the entire economy, okay? Don't be in a hurry.
And the household survey wasn't conducted in October, so we're going to get half the employment report. We'll get the jobs part, but we won't get the unemployment rate, and that'll just be for 1 month. But yeah, it is true that we probably will maybe be able to concoct something, but we'll never actually know for sure what the unemployment rate was in October.
Fucking phenomenal. All right, what are these tabs? Eric Swalwell has been criminally referred to the DOJ accused of mortgage fraud. Oh, is this another one of those fake prosecutions? The guy who told Trump to advocate for 50-year mortgages apparently has been illegally accessing people's mortgage information, like using his position within the government to unlawfully dig up dirt on political opponents, which is one of the reasons why housing stuff specifically has been what they've been going after people over. Like, for example, the governor of the Fed, what's her name? The lady? They went after her for the same thing. Yeah, Polta is the guy who's doing it. Lisa Cook, was that her name? Lisa Cook. They're doing this to multiple people. Why is it mortgage fraud every time? Because that's what I'm saying. Because that's what they're doing. That's what he's doing. He's illegally accessing that data. Letitia James? That sounds more accurate. We'll just say it's both of them.
This breaking just moments ago. Fox can now confirm that California Democrat Congressman Eric Swalwell has been criminally referred to the Department of Justice accused of mortgage fraud. Senior White House correspondent Peter Ducey reporting live
what new
on
Epstein
this
update?
breaking news on Eric Swalwell from the North Lawn. Hey, Peter.
Martha, as I was walking up here to do a hit on a different topic, I got a call from an administration official filling us in that Eric Swalwell, the Democratic California congressman, has indeed been referred to the Justice Department by Bill Pulte, who is the head of Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac right now, because he is accused of making false or misleading statements on a mortgage application. We believe that this pertains to a $1.2 million house that Swalwell has in the Washington, D.C. area. Swalwell has already responded. Part of his very long statement says, as the most vocal critic of Donald Trump over the last decade, and as the only person who still has a surviving lawsuit against him, the only thing I am surprised about is that it took him this long to come after me. Like James Comey and John Bolton, Adam Schiff and Lisa Cook,
there you go.
Letitia James, and the dozens more to come, I refuse to live in fear in what was once the freest country in the world. Now, Swalwell has not been charged with anything. This is a criminal referral. Basically, a government agency thinks that they...
It's not going to lead to anything. Polta is probably just doing what he can. But again, at the end of the day, like, these cases are going to be... It's like the same with Kat Abigazela or fucking... honestly, Comey, any of the people they've gone after, you know? There's a big fuss about their indictment or about charges, and then you stop hearing anything because it turns out these people have money and lawyers, and they didn't really do anything, or at the very least, they're not being charged for things they actually did. So it's just a waste of everyone's time. Have any of the other ones had any sticking power? To my knowledge, no. There hasn't been any real development on the front. Of all the people that I just mentioned, Kat Abigazela is the one that I'm most worried about, just because she doesn't have like a high-powered legal team or whatever. You know, she's not Bolton. Going after Comey's insane. The guy's so well defended. Yeah, it's a pretty psychotic thing to do, you know. Going after like the hardest possible targets. Swalwell too? Yeah, he's no slouch. Oh, Jesus Christ, just an hour ago, speaking of.
Breaking news, a critical test in the criminal cases against two of President Trump's biggest political foes. A federal judge in Virginia just heard arguments in a bid from James Comey and Letitia James to disqualify prosecutor Lindsay Halligan. Their attorneys argue Halligan was handpicked by President Trump and is serving as interim U.S. attorney for the Eastern District of Virginia unlawfully.
And joining us now, CNN's crime and justice correspondent, Caitlin Polance. Just getting out of the courtroom, Caitlin, you were inside. You listened to all those arguments. So what happened during the hearing?
Well, Wolf and Pam, I was listening very closely to how Judge Cameron McGowan Curry was going to handle this hearing. And she's a laid-back questioner, a very concise questioner. But boy, it was a grilling of the Justice Department, if I have ever seen one before from a judge like this. What judge...
Has there ever... Seriously, has there been a single Justice Department case that has not gone poorly, like one of these politically motivated ones? A single one. Since the beginning of this administration, a single one of all the cases they filed.
Judge Curry asked her very last question of the the Justice Department. Do you believe U.S. v. Trump was wrongly decided? That's a very telling question, because the Trump defense team, when Donald Trump was a criminal defendant, he had won his case by having the prosecutor, Jack Smith, tossed off of it in Florida in a set of arguments very similar to this. And Judge Curry is now asking the Justice Department, are you guys against that now, as the Justice Department wanting these cases against James Comey and Letitia James to go forward? The Justice Department lawyer responded, that's a different thing. That was a different situation that doesn't apply here. But that was quite a question that elicited gasps across the courtroom from a lot of people that were listening to this hearing. The other thing that Judge Curry did is she really dug in to some of the moves the Attorney General had made.
This shit is so impeachable. Yeah, unfortunately, I doubt the Democrats are going to do anything about it once they're back in power. And it really does seem like they're going to be back in power.
Today, Republicans are pretty divided over a vote set for next week.
His fucking face, man. I'm just so... It's such a funny image now.
Would force the Justice Department to release all the case materials. Yesterday, we saw thousands of pages of Epstein emails released by the House Oversight Committee, emails between Epstein and some of the most powerful men in the world of politics and big business. President Trump is not one of those men, but Epstein does speak about him many, many times. The convicted sex offender was closely tracking Trump's political rise, at times calling him crazy and suggesting he had dirt on his one-time friend. Now, Trump has not been accused of
one-time friend. Feel like the language that you're employing here is a little bit weighted favorably, don't you think?
Any criminal wrongdoing in connection with Epstein. The White House says it's all a hoax to distract from Trump's political successes. But it is something that Republicans will vote on, either for or against, next week. And a growing number of Republicans are signaling that their vote will be a yes.
I think they just mean they used to be friends, not they were friends precisely one time. Yeah, but it's semantically vague. And also the average person is stupid. They might think like one time up until they were very close friends for a very long time. You know, it's a little bit too ambiguous. Interesting article. Trump spent Thanksgiving with Epstein during his first term in office. Yes, people keep linking this. One of the emails that were dropped by, again, the Republicans in the House Oversight Committee, it seems to indicate that Trump went over to Epstein's flat on Thanksgiving as a president. At the very least, it's strongly implied by the email. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know how you could even, like, as the president, I don't even know how you could sneak over there. Like, your movement as the president is extremely closely monitored. You know? But wasn't that after the supposed removal from Mar-a-Lago? Yes.
I'm a Florida girl. I have.
He wasn't president. He was president-elect. Oh, you're right. This was the very beginning of 2017, right? Or no. This was from November 23rd. No, yeah. He was president. Thanksgiving's not the beginning. Yeah, no. I was thinking like an email at the beginning of 2017 that referred to November 2016. No. This was while he was president. Yeah. The emails first reported CNN showed an exchange between Epstein and Manhattan modeling executive Faith Cates on Thanksgiving morning, November 23rd, 2017. Cates asked where Epstein was spending the holiday. Epstein replied he would spend the day with Ava, likely referencing his former girlfriend, Ava Anderson Dubin. Cates mentioned Anderson Dubin's husband, Glenn Dubin, and asked who else is down there. Epstein's response included 3 names: Trump, hedge fund founder David Fizel, and someone he kept referred to only as Hanson. If only there was a Hanson down there.
I have 2 daughters. So I'm thinking, I mean, you know, I'm sure that the president has nothing to fear. Yeah. We do need to know. We do need to know everything.
This is a Republican from Florida, by the way, talking about potentially voting for the release of the Epstein files.
Think about Epstein.
If this comes on the floor, I will vote for it. I want transparency. To me, it's the worst PR job I've seen anywhere. I mean, initially, you know, back in February or March, whatever it was, we have all the Epstein lists right here. We're going to release it. And then all of a sudden, there's nothing. It was sort of they shot themselves in the foot on this.
I'm going to vote for it if it comes up.
I love that. That's such an explicit acknowledgement. He always knew Trump was a pedophile. He's just criticizing them for doing such a bad job managing the PR crisis that he's basically forced into voting to release the files, you know? He's like, they shot themselves in the foot in this. Obviously, if they'd done a good job handling the PR, I could have pretended this whole thing was a hoax, but...
Bondi was supposed to come to the House and answer these questions. And look, I'm not on the Judiciary Committee, but I did want Pam Bondi to come and do some explaining.
And I'm joined by a terrific group of reporters. And David Challing, I'm going to start with you. What is your read on where we are on the politics of this right now?
Well, I mean, I think broadly, it's pretty clear that the president doesn't want this in the ether. Excuse me. But I think the politics in this has shifted over time. And I think that earlier in the spring and the summer, we saw a huge division inside the MAGA world over this. There was real anger because there was a lack of a delivered promise, a promise from Donald Trump, J.D. Vance, Pam Bondi, others that said this is going to come out.
Are they allowed to call Trump a pedo without being sued yet? Well, you can sue for anything, but that does fall within free speech to call him a pedo.
There's real anger and frustration. What happened was it exploded as a story this summer. The mainstream media and the Democrats glommed onto it, and all of a sudden, the division inside MAGA started to be a bit more muted because they saw that their political opponents were trying to use it for advantage. I still think as what you just played there, Dana, the Republicans on the Hill are still responding to constituents at home who really want transparency here, even if it's not a get Trump thing. They want the transparency. And that piece is still where I think the sort of Republicans on the Hill and Republican voters broadly are at odds with Trump.
And just to that point about transparency versus the politics of this, or maybe it all goes together. The speaker tried to push this through, or somebody on the Republican conference tried to push this through by UC, meaning there would not be a recorded vote on this. And a Democrat said, no, that's not going to happen. So there will be a recorded vote next week. And the speaker said, I'm going to get a little bit technical here, but I'm going to explain why I'm doing it. The speaker said last night to a reporter that it could be done under the suspension calendar. Why does that matter? Because he believes it's going, I mean, everybody believes it's going to pass at this point, but the suspension calendar would mean 290 to pass, because you need a supermajority effectively, which tells you where he understands his conference is, which is it's not just going to be those 4 we've been talking about who signed the discharge petition. It's going to be a pretty sizable Republican vote yes to release these files.
Absolutely. And you've heard people like Republican Thomas Massie, of course, one of the people, the only Republican to really put this forward. We now know that there's 4 Republicans who signed on to it, but he has said publicly that he has Republicans going into his office telling him, hey, not going to sign that petition, which obviously passed yesterday, but we will get on board with that vote. And that is definitely something, of course, the White House is thinking about. Look, I've had a lot of conversations with people, though, at the White House about how to handle this. Obviously, we saw one of their last-ditch efforts yesterday by calling in Lauren Boebert to
They're such fucking cowards, man. All of them know he's a pedophile. They just have to wait for the dam to break before they're willing to sign on to it.
Not even just the White House, to the Situation Room of all places where, you know, normally you go for warplanes. I've never heard them have a member there for something like this, to see if they could convince her to take her name off of that and not have this pass. Obviously, that wasn't successful. And so now they have to figure out where to go from here. There's a lot of frustration. The president himself is very frustrated at all of this. But so the broader sense I get from the administration, again, because there a lot of the people in the White House were the same ones, as to David's point, that were calling for this, calling for this transparency.
Including the FBI director.
They have a tough thing right now, because I think the emails, for whatever they were yesterday, and I think we've all been very clear that I don't think there's any, legal implications for Donald Trump, for the president, in those emails, but they are, of course, embarrassing. But I think the most serious question it poses is, has the president known more that he has been keeping quiet, and has he?
Yes, obviously. God, I fucking hate CNN so much. Yeah, no, Jeffrey Epstein, a famously paranoid power broker, is not going to put like criminally actionable shit in an email. Fucking obviously, But yes, it very, very clearly indicates that Trump has been lying over and over and over again about his level of association with Epstein, something that we've already known he's lied about from previous emails.
Really been as transparent as they always promised. And having this all come out is, I think, the problem that they are trying to protect him from.
And Donald Trump is, as he always has for decades and decades, using the Roy Cohn playbook to not apologize, double down, deflect, and say, oh, this is a them problem, not a me problem. In one of the many Truth Socials he has put up, there should be no deflections to Epstein or anything else. And any Republicans involved should be focused only on opening up our country. This is before the shutdown ended. And then, in other words, the Democrats are using the Jeffrey Epstein hoax to try and deflect from their massive failures hoax. So he is starting to try to make this the same kind of topic that he did with Russia and other issues
in 2020,
in 2020,
January 6th, and all that stuff. But guess what? It's not working because he and lots of people in his administration, as we've said, have stoked this for years and years and years. And their version of it was that it was really Democrats who were involved in it. And once Donald Trump got into office, he was going to uncover all of this. I think part of the problem is, and you touched on this, sort of average voters, there is a sort of conspiracy theory-minded approach that average voters have about the elites, this idea that there is sort of a seedy underbelly of the elites. And Donald Trump, of course, came into office promising that he would uncover it. And so now you have this situation where if you're a Republican, how can you vote against transparency? How can you vote against these victims and survivors who came out in testimony, in searing testimony, and in books about what they experienced? And so listen, this is a problem for 2026. It's potentially a problem for 2028, whoever runs in the Republican primary. If you have Democrats and other Republicans.
It has to hound them forever. Like, all the Republicans knew that he was a pedophile to begin with. The Democrats did too. Again, it's not a secret. Everyone knew this. For years, for decades, everyone knew this. They just kept it under wraps because, again, the Democrats didn't want to bring it up because they thought it might implicate their own too much, too many wealthy and powerful people, and the Republicans would protect their own no matter what.
Saying, why didn't you stand
and
with
I like
the
her
victims?
glasses.
Why did you stand with sort of the elites who were involved in this?
And one of the reasons this is so scrambled now that we have seen so many of these emails is because of the people Epstein was emailing with, including Steve Bannon, who is one of the biggest figures in the MAGA movement. This is early June 2019, when then President Trump, in his first term, was meeting with now former Prince Andrew during a UK trip. Epstein writes to Bannon, Prince Andrew and Trump today, too funny. Epstein again to Bannon. Recall Prince Andrew's accuser came out of Mar-a-Lago, and then Bannon replies, can't believe no one is making you, there's something in there, but the connective tissue. Now, I also want to say that initially Bannon's identity is redacted in these emails, but a source did confirm that that was him. So there's the content of that, which is, raises a lot of eyebrows. But I am more intrigued with the fact that Steve Bannon in 2019 was emailing with Jeffrey Epstein.
I mean, the people Jeffrey Epstein was apparently in touch with throughout the course of this, it just
Larry Summers being
never ending.
Yeah, that was his whole job. It's reasonable to assume that one of you has a connection to him. Like, that was his whole job.
Another story, etc. Like I said before, if there was something in there that somehow implicated, the President Trump, the Biden administration would have shown it to us during their time when they had control of the files. I have no problems in releasing those files, as long as the court system says they're eligible to be released.
Why does this White House then? Do you think, why are they fighting to not release it?
Look, like I said, I don't know why there's a fight, but the American people need to know the truth, whatever it is and whoever it is. And so again, I'm very confident that the president is not implicated in this, and that because of
this is just going to keep happening over and over and over and over and over again, man. It's the thing with the do nothing, believe nothing neocons, the empty suits. Everyone narratively, it's more satisfying for the truth to come out and then everyone to be outraged and for the Republican Party to turn on Trump. But instead, the reality is everyone already knew, and it's just everyone was waiting to see how well Trump could handle the situation. When he handled it poorly, they turn on him because they want their careers to outlast his. But they'll just defend the next pedophile. Like, you could get Trump too, fucking double the pedophilia up there in the office next. They would just do the exact same bit with him. They'll do it endlessly. It's the system. It's not Trump specifically, If anything, the country, America, is lucky that Trump is a pedophile because it makes him such a fucking lightning rod, He's done a million bad things, and this is the thing that gets centered on, not the U.S. aid cuts or any of the, destruction to our democracy, constitution, invading cities, mass deportations. This is the thing, And the real crime, was getting caught. Or not even getting caught. Getting, caught over and over and over and over and over again, and then bungling the cover-up, It's just going to happen again. It's going to keep happening.
Again, the Biden administration would have let us know that, a long time ago.
It's going to keep happening over and over and over again. We need to do something about the underlying incentive structure.
How implicated, the President Trump, the Biden administration would have shown it to us during their time when they had control of the files. I have no problems in releasing those files, as long as the court system says they're eligible to be released.
Why does this White House then? Do you think, why are they fighting to not release it?
We saw this bit.
Of the victims.
The emails that were released talking about him don't raise any questions for you?
Not right now, no. Not they don't raise, the ones that I read is somebody said, hey, somebody's seeking information, you can either protect him or you can throw him under the bus. And I think that's somebody giving legal advice to Epstein to see how what works best for him.
The email where Epstein is saying to Maxwell that Trump spent hours at Epstein's house with someone whose name was redacted, who Republicans are now saying was Virginia Giuffre.
Right, and she has said that any time that she spent with him, he did absolutely nothing wrong. So there you have it.
Yeah, no, and I've asked people about that as well. She's also, unfortunately, not living anymore, right? Nor is Jeffrey Epstein. So some questions raised by those emails, we don't have parties that we can ask.
So, of course, in order to preserve their own political careers, these people have to do this weird tap dance where they're like, you know, okay with directly disobeying Trump's orders and voting in favor of the Epstein files being released, but also they have to pretend they think nothing bad will be in them. So they have no answer. Like, why does Trump want to keep you from voting yes on the release of the Epstein files? Oh, I don't know, but I'm sure nothing bad will be in here for him. If anything bad is in here, I will be completely blindsided by it. I'm just interested in transparency. Sorry, it's such a stupid fucking topic. It drains the life out of me, you know? It really does. So dumb. And the median voter can't fucking see it. Well, they're handling it so poorly, the median voter's got a better conception of it than they ever have. So, you know, you take what you can, right? Justice Department sues to block California U.S. House map and clash that could tip control of Congress. Nice. That's fresh. I assume Gavin Newsom already has lawyers lined up for this one. Wonder if they'll sue over the Utah thing, too. California's redistricting scheme is a brazen power grab that won by fucking fuck, what are they called? The ballot initiatives. What are they called? The I'm blanking. Referendum that tramples on civil rights and mocks the democratic process. Pam Bondi said in an emailed statement. Really? You're challenging mid-election cycle redistricting in the country's biggest state, an openly partisan move, and you're doing it via an emailed statement? This isn't like a big press conference? Governor Newsom's attempt to entrench one-party rule and silence millions of Californians will not stand. Newsom spokesperson Brandon Richards said in a statement, "These losers lost at the ballot box, and soon they will also lose in court." Nice. Pam Bondi doesn't interview that well, IMO. That is true. How can they sue over the Utah thing when the whole point is that the Supreme Court already looked at it and said state courts do their thing? You can sue over whatever you want. The DOJ can sue anyone for anything. Really just a matter of whether it holds up in court, which it almost never does. I don't think she's gotten in front of a camera since the Charlie Kirk hate speech thing. You know, you're not wrong. Can anyone think of a time that Pam Bondi has gotten in front of a camera since then? Like for a meaningful interview, statement, press conference, whatever? She got so much hate for that. That was such a fucking blunder on her part. It's so funny. California revokes 17,000 commercial driver's licenses for immigrants. After discovering the expiration dates went past when the drivers were legally allowed to be in the U.S. Oh, okay. Seems like procedural fluff. Does California allow illegal immigrants to have licenses? I actually don't know. Oregon does? I know Oregon does. I think that's a recent thing, yeah. Well, if California does allow illegal immigrants to have driver's licenses, why would they be revoking people? Why would they be revoking licenses that extend beyond the... U.S. Mint presses final pennies as production ends after more than 230 years. Long overdue. Sorry, I'm CGP gray-pilled on this one. Who even uses coins anymore? They can in CA, but it seems weird to revoke those licenses. Probably for political reasons. Also, Gavin Newsom is still Hitler, so... When it was introduced in 1793, a penny could buy a biscuit, a candle, or a piece of candy. Now most of them are cast aside to sit in jars or drunk drawers, and each one costs nearly 4 cents to make. I'm so anti-penny, it's crazy. Yeah. I do wish that people paid in cash more often. But it's not really feasible right now. Those are some shiny fucking pennies. Blank coins waiting to be the last pennies pressed at the U.S. Mint in Philadelphia. Damn. That's kind of crazy. The last ones? Rest in peace. Been around for like 250 years, you know? They look tasty. They do. They do look yummy. I agree completely. What is this?
Speaker Johnson knows things that we don't. And he was being asked about it, and he said Trump was an informant to the FBI. Could it be that the reason Trump doesn't want to release Epstein files is because it will expose him as a snitch, not just on Epstein, but on a lot of stuff? I think there's a strong probability there. And it's funny, I brought this up a while ago.
He walked that back. Okay. Whatever. Stupid. Again, it's what I mean about the anti-empiricism thing. Tim Pool doesn't believe this. He's just saying it, you know? It's a toxic incentive, you know? What are you supposed to say if you're a MAGA influencer? Throw your hands up in the air and go, yeah, we've always known he's a pedophile. Are you fucking stupid? Because that's what they all believe. That's what their real, like, turnabout would look like. They'd be like, yeah, no shit, he's a pedophile. We just don't care, okay? But now we have to, so I guess, sure, whatever. Now we're on the anti-Trump train. Choo-choo, you know? Whatever makes me the most money. They're already starting to argue he's an ephebophile. Yeah, I saw that fucking clip. All right. This one's actually good. Okay? After a long, long campaign of masked terror waged against the American people by ICE, the FBI has issued a bulletin to law enforcement urging them to stop wearing the goddamn masks, which is actually a pretty big deal. There are a million reasons why you don't want law enforcement, especially federal law enforcement, wearing masks, but one of the more obvious ones is if there's no way to identify the agent, wouldn't it be really easy for criminals to just, like, do whatever they want and say they're ICE agents? Like, the way you stop them from doing that with police, right, is you say, like, well, what's your badge? What's your officer number? You make sure they look like they check out, they're real. And you can also call 911 and ask them if they have an officer blank on the scene. That's the way you verify with a cop if you're ever concerned, you know? Sometimes people do go through all the motions of getting a fake badge and everything, and it's not like you know enough about the registry at your local department to know every officer's name, so you know, you can do that. You can't really do that with federal police, though. It's not local enough, you know? So for an ICE agent or fake ICE agent, you can get away with basically anything, and people have been. Robberies, assaults, so on and so forth, you know, kidnappings, presumably a lot of other bad stuff. I imagine it's making the job of the FBI a lot more difficult. The bulletin from the FBI cites 5 2025 incidents involving fake ICE officers and says criminals are using ICE's heightened profile to target vulnerable communities, making it harder for Americans to distinguish between lawful officers and imposters, while eroding trust in law enforcement. A review of public reporting confirms 4 of the 5 cases described in the bulletin. This is also, by the way, another big distinction between America and Nazi Germany, which was that when Nazi Germany started doing its, like, SS, you know, bullshit, like, Those officers did not have to wear masks, man. They would just show up because the state had the confidence to have them show up without a mask. Having a law enforcement officer wear a mask is fundamentally delegitimizing. If they're operating with the authority of the state, why would they ever need to hide their face? You know? It doesn't make any sense. It's self-defeating, you know, like the mask, the mantle of anonymity is something, it inherently confers a sense of weakness, you know? You're operating as part of this like cloud of indistinguishable individuals. Somebody operating on behalf of the state should have absolute authority, right? Certainly if they're a federal law enforcement officer, you know, you wouldn't want to look at them and find them indistinguishable, some random street thug. I've always thought the reason why ICE agents have been wearing masks, not just like sometimes, but all the time, you know, whenever they're out there doing their bullshit, is because a lot of them have been pulled from neo-Nazi militias, you know, the 3%ers or the Patriot Front or Proud Boys or whatever else, which is probably why those organizations have been relatively quiet since the Trump administration began, you know. These are people who are highly paid, so highly paid, in fact, that their payments were prioritized during the government shutdown, I think partly because they're not very loyal, but also because they don't want people leaving and talking to the press. They probably want to keep it under wraps. In fact, they probably don't even want the people working at ICE to know who their coworkers are. For the most part, they want them to operate as like a big anonymous blob, you know, just a big hateful white supremacist you know, march that you can deploy to a city and have them terrorize people. Once you have them identifiable, it's easier to ask questions, you know? At any rate, I have a feeling that this bulletin wasn't ordered by Kash Patel because Kash Patel, A, has no interest in running the FBI, and B, whenever he does something, it's just at the behest of Trump, right? He doesn't seem to have any other interests. Has Kash Patel done anything that wasn't directly prompted by Trump or a social media stunt? I don't think so. This is too procedural. On August 7th, according to the FBI, 3 men in black vests entered a New York restaurant claiming to be ICE agents. Inside, they tied a worker's hands and pulled a garbage bag over the person's head. Another, believing the burglar's story, surrendered themselves only to be kicked to the ground and tied up as the intruders robbed an ATM. Oh, there you go. Cases cited by its advisory span kidnappings, street crime, and sexual violence. In Bay County, Florida, the advisory said a woman, quote, unzipped her jacket and revealed a shirt that said ICE, and told her ex-boyfriend's wife she was there to, quote, pick her up before driving her to an apartment complex. The woman later escaped. Sheesh. In Brooklyn, it alleges, a man told a woman he was an immigration officer and, quote, directed her to a nearby stairwell, where he punched her, tried to rape her, and stole her phone before police caught him. In North Carolina, it claims, a man, quote, entered a motel room and threatened to deport the woman if she did not have sex with him. In fairness, that could have been just a regular ICE agent. Who knows? There's been a lot of these. Also, a lot of them have gone unreported. I mean, how do you know, right? How do you know? My personal opinion, I think this is a little bit of rebellion from within the FBI. FBI agents, by and large, the ones that are still working today, are relatively serious people. Not defending the FBI here as an institution. However, most of these people were here before Trump. They're, at least relatively, compared to ICE, certainly, professionals. And this is their business, federal crime. They take their job seriously, you know? The auspices of the federal law enforcement officer are being cheapened and degraded by ICE's behavior. I don't think Kash Patel did this, but my guess is that FBI senior leadership has been pushing this for a while as a kind of like quiet rebellion against the DHS and the Trump administration. Essentially, you know, stop making us all look like fuckwits. Again, not defending the FBI here, but they're a hell of a lot better on average than a fucking ICE agent. You know?
The FBI issued a memo encouraging ICE officers to stop wearing masks in the field and to specifically identify themselves. That directive came after several incidents of agents being impersonated. ICE agents say they wear those masks to keep them from being doxxed. ICE also says it's concerned about the safety of its agents in the field. In Fullerton, California this week, police came across a man pointing a gun at a woman on a busy street. He identified himself as an ICE agent and said he felt like she was following him. Joining us now, staff writer at The Atlantic, Nick Miroff. He covers immigration and the Department of Homeland Security and just wrote about the issue of ICE agents wearing face masks. And he says those face mask coverings aren't going anywhere. All right, so Nick, good to have you. Let's talk about the masks. FBI wants them to stop wearing them. Why would they not listen?
Well, I think we've seen other federal agencies.
This is good. Do you think the Department of Homeland Security will go along with it? No. But the fact that the FBI was in a position that they both felt they had to and were able to put forward this bulletin is a good sign to me, you know? I was never that scared by ICE, I guess, conceptually, because ICE, for one, their authority is largely limited to matters of immigration. I'm a citizen, you know, check my privilege and all that. But also, for the most part, they're just like retard thugs. You know, there's only so much structural harm they could do. Their ability to do harm is tied largely to their budget, their popularity, their level of collaboration with local police departments, which has not been good. None of these have been good, mind you. Even their budget isn't sufficient for what they're trying to do. The FBI, on the other hand, are very capable of meaningfully shifting the landscape of American democracy. You know, targeted FBI actions could, if weaponized properly by the Trump administration, take down political opponents much more effectively. You know, we're talking about actual professionals here, not just, again, thugs. It's just they're capable of operating on a different level, which is probably one of the reasons why so many of them were kept on board even after they tried to, you know, purge the whole FBI. They purged some leadership roles, but for the most part, they kept the actual agents over there. So yeah, the fact that they're even able to do this is a good sign, in my opinion.
That are assisting ICE in this mass deportation campaign quickly adopt the same, face coverings. One veteran ICE official I talked to said that the FBI agents and the other agencies from the Department of Justice seem even more keen to wear masks than ICE officers because they don't really want to be there. And so I think there's broad concern about, the effect that this is having, on the image of these agencies, even though nobody really expects the mask to come off anytime soon.
How big of a problem are these impersonations?
Well, there have been several, instances already of criminals using masks, claiming to be, federal officers or agents in order to rob people or abuse people in some way or another. And it all points to a deterioration of trust. I mean, I've
seen them firsthand kidnap 15 people from a parking lot. You may not be scared, but people in my area are. Please don't willfully misinterpret me. I'm not saying that ICE hasn't ruined lives. You know perfectly well that I think they do. I'm talking about their ability to do long-term institutional harm. You know, the FBI are I mean, they're intelligence agents, they have if they were directed effectively, they could do a lot of like very severe long-term harm to this country, real Red Scare bullshit. ICE is limited mostly to ground scuffling. It's like the difference between brown shirts and the Gestapo, right? The brown shirts probably, like, at least for a period of time in Germany, roughed people up or killed way more people than the Gestapo did, like, during a comparable length of time. Maybe not even, the brown shirts were probably more imminently scary than the Gestapo, but the Gestapo had the ability to do a lot more damage to political opposition in Germany by getting them killed.
Reasons why police officers show their faces and have name tags on their uniforms is to give people confidence that they are who they say they are and that they should be trusted. And so if you have officers of the law going around looking like, bank robbers or stagecoach robbers with gaiters over their faces, they certainly don't reassure anyone that they're that they represent the law, and it's understandable that people would be confused and lose trust.
Yeah, how is this any different than what we expect and demand of our regular law enforcement officers. I mean, they've got to wear a badge. They have badge numbers. Their names are on their uniforms.
Did you ever cover the story about how half the people applying to be part of ICE washed out due to their lack of physical fitness, and they've been skipping the usual checks on applications? Yeah, no, they are offering every incentive they can, and they are like bringing people in with basically no requirements on their fitness or knowledge or whatever. And I think, again, the reason for that is because they're going for the hardcore ideologues. You know, they're going to take everyone that they can get, and as a consequence, these people are very, very bad at their jobs. A lot of them are way the fuck too old, too young, fat, slow, lazy, and stupid. Most of them are just stupid. It's obvious in any interactions that you see of them, any filmed interactions, right? A lot of these ICE agents, like, we talk about cops being stupid. The average, like, regular beat officer could probably lap the average ICE officer in intelligence, you know?
They're not masked. If a regular police officer who is upholding the law on the streets of this country does not wear a mask and is easily identifiable, why can these ICE agents, these federal agents, hide who they are, hide their identities? I don't understand the two sets of rules.
Well, you know, it
definitely doesn't help that ICE agents are being directed by the oft mentioned by me influencer agencies, you know, or influencer administration, because even when ICE is deployed, they're trying to aura farm way the fuck more than they're trying to actually deport people. An example, remember the midnight raid that was conducted in Chicago, the one where they used a Black Hawk helicopter? They went out and arrested a bunch of people, tossed women and children naked out into the street. Not a single one of them was charged. Not a single one. Of all of the people they arrested and threw in the back of their vans, not a single one of them had any charges filed against them. The whole thing was a media op. Yeah, everything's a fucking commercial, but commercials are meant to advertise a product. And in this case, there is no product. You know? It'd be like running commercials for a product that hasn't come out yet. That's a cool art piece, though. Yes, it is. ProPublica did a great job with this one. I mean, they often do a great job. Federal officials declined to release the names of 37 immigrants detained in the raid. ProPublica has identified 21 of them and spoken with a dozen. No charges. The whole article is brilliant, by the way. If I went through the whole thing, it would be gripping, but also quite long. I strongly encourage you to read it yourself. I've added it to my read list. I want to go over it in its entirety. For now, I'm summing up the bullet points for you, which is, yeah, the whole thing was for a fucking commercial. That's it. It's the society of the spectacle. Yeah, you do have to back up. Look, it's just like a good manga, man. You have to back up the aura farming with some actual feats. The feats are not looking good, okay? It's not some. We're not on that Lune shit here in America, okay? The feet are not looking good.
Points to a major difference between policing by state and local authorities versus federal authorities. If we think about this, you know, the police officers in your city or town are accountable to the elected officials of your local jurisdiction, of the mayor, and they have spent, you know, decades trying to gain the trust of the community. The community pays their salaries.
Nazis built public support by actually delivering on at least some of their promises. I mean, most of it was just rebounding from the Great Depression, but it's also worth noting that the Nazis were distinct from this administration and that they were interested in the project of nation building. They had people within their circle who wanted to build things. Not just aura farm on Twitter or whatever, but, you know, actually work on like a civilizational project. Let me give you an example, okay? The Hitlerjugend, Hitler Youth, right? The takeover of Germany's educational system, okay? Very damaging in the long run in Germany, destructive, right, bad. We all agree Hitler is bad, thank you. But the actual logistical difficulties involved in essentially replacing an entire nation's curriculum, that's actually that takes a lot of effort. I'm not saying you have to be a genius to do it. I'm saying you have to have serious people working on it and taking it seriously. That's it. And even that low bar cannot be met by this administration. You know, there are no big projects that they're willing to work on with that kind of fastidiousness. Not even a little bit, you know? Anything that would require some actual work, some actual elbow grease, they have no patience for it. Absolutely none. They don't want to deliver on anything they talk about. They built Alligator Alcatraz. It was shut down immediately afterwards. They tried to build a bunch of copycat concentration camps. What happened to them? What happened to anything they advocated for? What happened to invading Portland? What happened to invading Chicago? What happened to invading LA? Oh, you sent a couple hundred Marines, then they went back to Fort Bragg. Goodbye. Like, it's everything they do, man. Everything. Everything. It's all a commercial for a product that doesn't exist. Don't get me wrong. Stuff like this is doing, stuff like this does do real harm. I mean, it's more destructive to the fabric of our country than possibly a bunch of ill-intended projects, but,
And, they have uniforms, they represent your city or community, they want people to know who they are and to trust them, and they are in it for the long haul. Federal agencies like ICE, like these Border Patrol agents that have been deployed to places like LA and Chicago, are accountable really to the White House and to, faraway federal agencies. And there's almost no local control over what they're doing. And so, they are in there to execute a specific, mission set, in this case, a mass deportation campaign on behalf of the president. And so they don't
I've read countries only last for around 200 and 250 years. History slop, not real. There are countries that last 2 years. There are countries, or I guess you should say civilizations, that last 2,000. Nothing is fated. There is nothing that innately guides our country towards destruction. With good policy and good advocacy, you can keep a good thing going for a long time. And if you fail, you don't. Don't give in to fatalism, okay? Not a real thing.
Care if people are upset about not being able to see their faces.
Where's the line, though, for drawing their weapon? I mean, we have this reporting that I mentioned a moment ago from Fullerton, California, where an ICE agent pulled his gun and pointed it at a woman in a car. He says the woman was following him. She says she wasn't. She lives in that neighborhood. What is the bar that they have to clear to pull out a weapon and point it at an individual?
Okay, we're seeing cases like this pretty much every day in which Border Patrol agents or ICE officers are pulling out their weapons when confronted with angry protesters or crowds or people that they think are following them. It points to how edgy the current environment is in a lot of these cities where ICE and the Border Patrol are deployed very aggressively. And there have been 2 shooting instances in Chicago so far. No one is going to be surprised if there are more. And the federal government is eager to charge people with obstructing federal officers, getting in the way. But some of these protest tactics that we've seen, especially in Chicago and Los Angeles, have made it much harder for ICE and the Border Patrol to do the kinds of raids and roundups that they want to do. And so I don't think we should be surprised if we see more instances like this of weapons being drawn.
Edgy isn't incorrect, by the way. Edgy can mean like a situation is on edge. That's not semantically incorrect.
Can I linger on what you said a moment ago, that there are some out there in the field who are covering their face because they don't want to be there? What are you hearing from folks like that?
I hear from veteran ICE officials all the time who know that this is bad for the agency's image, that it's bad for law enforcement generally. It's bad for the country to have federal.
I have no respect for these people. I shouldn't even have to say it, but like, no, you don't get to be a member of the brown shirts just because they have salary and benefits. Like oh yeah, I think what we're doing to the Jews is bad, but like, I mean, I'm embarrassed that I'm here personally, but whatever. No, fuck you.
Agents and officers going around, wearing face coverings and masks. And looking intimidating. Certainly, there are plenty of officers and agents that are happy to do this. That that are eager to cover up like this. But there are many others that feel very conflicted about what they're doing. They've never been asked to do a job like this in which they're out in public, grabbing people on the street, being filmed constantly. In many cases, being confronted with angry.
I don't like this apologia. Being an ICE agent has always meant being a merchant of misery. You're an arbiter of suffering. It's just more politically, out in the open now. You've always been that.
residents and families. It's a very stressful job, and putting on a mask for a lot of these agents and officers is a way to kind of opt out of that and to try to wall it off a little bit from what they have to do.
Yeah, Nick Miroff of The Atlantic. Nick, thanks so much for joining us.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, fuck you. I don't respect that. Yeah, they tried running a hiring fair for Border Patrol at military installations, targeting military and civilian workers. They're so desperate they're poaching their own workforce. Oh, I bet they would fucking love to have people as competent as like active military in ICE. That would be great for them. Are you kidding me? The average fucking the average just like 4-year term guy is probably leagues beyond the average ICE agent in terms of general competence. Do you guys hold on one second. Do you guys mind if a white boy gets silly with it for a second and checks back in on what's going on in Seattle?
All right, Eric. Appreciate your feedback on all of this again on this election. Now that it looks like in the city of Seattle, at least we've had a very close mayoral election. Looks like Katie Wilson is...
That's right. Bruce Harrell's concession speech was today. Can I say something, by the way? I don't like Bruce Harrell. However, I do like his face. I think that he is a very mayoral face, or perhaps police commissioner face. Like his face does have a lot of gravitas, that he's communicating. And I do think that, it's a shame that face had to be wasted on like a dickless, do-nothing, centrist corporate Democrat.
I have more friends here than I thought. Now I have to change my remarks. I'm standing, of course, with my lovely wife, Joanne, and I want to...
He does have a Commissioner Gordon energy to him.
I, of course, want to thank all of you for being here with me today. I just spoke with Mayor-elect Katie Wilson to congratulate her on a hard-fought victory. I let her know that our team is standing by to make noise in the background. I let her know that our team is standing by to begin the transition work without hesitation, and that I look forward to welcoming her to City Hall in the near future, and I wish her well, and it was a very delightful conversation. So I feel very good about that conversation, and I feel very good about the future for this country and this city still. That is the attitude we have to have, and I hope that everyone that can hear the sound of my voice feels the same. I've said repeatedly
well,
that...
at least he's conceding without any bullshit. Yeah, he's not Cuomo. It's not... this wasn't like that much of a high tension race in terms of like back and forth rhetoric or whatever. He's not like that kind of guy.
This job does not belong to one person. It certainly didn't belong to me. I simply borrowed the title of the mayor to enjoy a wonderful opportunity to serve the public. And it's been my absolute honor, the honor of my lifetime, to serve in this role. Now, for you history buffs, I do want to remind you that I was both the 54th and the 57th mayor of this city of Seattle.
I don't think that Seattle has had an incumbent win in quite a while. I wonder if Katie Wilson will be the one to break that streak.
I won my full credit for those 5 days in 2017. And I want to ground this in a quote that I think is very apropos. Don't fear failure. It's not failure, but low aim. That's the crime. In great attempts, it is glorious even to fail. And I ask those that are thinking about public service, those who are in public services, those that are in private sector, And whatever you do, aim high. And you will never fail. You will learn. I have to tell you, this morning I spoke with our mayor's office and I spoke with our cabinet members, and I have to tell you that I'm so grateful for the team we've built here in the mayor's office and in our cabinet. I mean, phenomenal human beings. The caliber of service-driven leaders who come
Did they run on party lines? They're both Democrats.
Together every single day to simply do things for others. It's been my honor to serve them. They always seem to put the needs of the city first. They are not politically motivated, driven by human power, human emotion, intellect, creativity, innovation, mission-driven. In the 16 years of public service that I've given Seattle, I've made, by the way, exactly 16 mistakes. One each year. Unfortunately, it's the same mistake every year, and that mistake is every year I wanted to deliver a speech, or particularly the State of the City speech, I actually wanted to rap it. I wanted to spit a rhyme. I wanted to unleash it. But I was smartly overruled. My wife said, we've been together a long time. She has put up with me for a long time, and I think I've embarrassed her enough over the years, and I wouldn't embarrass her with trying to rap. But in all seriousness...
it seems like last time an incumbent won Seattle mayor was in 2005. Seattle's been a very interesting place economically for the past 20 or 30 years because it's benefited enormously from the tech boom, you know, like a kind of mini San Francisco, right? You have a lot of tech, a lot of video game creators up here, a big music scene, of course. But Seattle was not doing that well economically before its sort of tech revival. You know, a lot of the money up here, same with Tacoma, same with Portland, a lot of it was just fishing and timber. You know, a lot of it was just like extractive industries, not very high tech stuff, you know. Because now with tech, it's a little bit, it's seen a bit of a revival. I have a feeling that Seattle would be hit pretty hard by the AI bubble bursting, though, considering, you know, Amazon makes up a significant portion of the local economy. There's a lot of stuff like that, you know.
I really take pride in what I have the department leaders here. I have cabinet members here. I really take pride in
Is it less dog shit? Like, does Seattle have the same right-wing libertarian tech bro problem San Francisco has? No. Seattle in general is more left-leaning than San Francisco. Because there's less, I don't know what you'd call it, less like tech finance, less Silicon Valley, like startup finance, venture capitalist bullshit here, you know? A lot of the tech up here is a little bit more established. So it's like larger companies or more like independent operations. There's not as much of a like, you know, Wall Street, but on the West Coast vibe in tech.
What you've been able to do. We reinvented the officer recruiting and restored staff from the 1990 levels in unprecedented levels of police officers, 150 officers hired this year. We should be very proud of that. Everyone pitched in to get the culture we wanted.
It's legit 70% Amazon. It's not 70% Amazon. Don't overstate it. A big part of it is Boeing, of course. Boeing is from up here. The you know, primary Boeing facility is just right south. It's next to Renton. It's right south of Seattle.
We built from scratch the care department, which is going to be what new policing will be all about. Seattle is the largest city in the country with this kind of model and with the contract currently in front of the city council. And I want to take pause to recognize the city council members here for their fine service, that we will unlock the true potential of what a public safety paradigm shift really looks like. We championed the dual public health and public safety approach has led to more than a 25% reduction in fatal overdoses in Seattle. We are literally saving lives. We invested over $1 billion in affordable housing, and we're set to spend, because of the generosity of the voters, $1 billion throughout the housing levy. And under our administration, we created, opened, funded, and preserved over 8,000 units of affordable housing. We should be proud of that work.
Yippee.
This is the work that you did.
Thought they did move their headquarters to Virginia to lobby more. Sure, but it's like the primary plant, isn't it? Or at least it's one of them. I mean, you take a look at Seattle and look at this shit, man. This right here is the Boeing facility. This entire thing right here. Boeing Field, this is all them. It's basically the same size as SeaTac, which is an international airport. Like there's SeaTac. And there's the Boeing facility. No, that's not. It's the King County Airport. It's the Boeing facility. A bunch of these buildings and, yeah, see Boeing 281, Boeing 282 building, Boeing ATCT, BFI, whatever the fuck that means type shit. They make planes, you know? Of course their production facility is an airport. How else would they take off the plane? They also make bombs. I don't think they make bombs at this facility.
Restored hundreds of parks and playfields and sidewalks and public safety, public spaces, and reducing encampments by 80% while investing and helping thousands of people move into shelter, increasing the number of people moving from shelter to housing by 50%. This is the work that you all did. It was not about me, and it's never been about me. When voters this year committed to making the same level of generational investments into the Every Child, $1.3 billion Every Child Ready initiative.
Yeah, the
Every
Aviation
child
Museum
that
there is
goes to
great.
Seattle Public Schools, like Jimmy Buchanan and me, hard heads at Garfield High School, who didn't have a lot of means. Every one of these kids now, Jimmy, will be able to go to school 2 years from college because of the work you all did.
Anyone else feel like he slurs his words a little bit like how Biden did?
4,500 slots for childcare and pre-kindergarten slots. We brought downtown back from life support. We brought the waterfront to fruition. We rewrote the tax code, giving 90% of Seattle's small and medium businesses a tax break. We passed nation-leading building emissions performance standards and took climate action that ensures Seattle will continue to be recognized as a climate leader in this world. That's the work that you did. We won the right to host the 2026 FIFA games and delivered to the major baseball leagues one of the most memorable all-star experiences they've ever had. You all did that work. It was never about me to begin with. I'm very, very proud of the work that you put in.
All right, move it along.
A throwback into racism and unfairness.
There we go. That's what I like to hear.
We have to listen to these young voices. While it is very seductive to stay in campaign mode and look at the Wilson administration from a competitive lens, I will not do that. I believe in my heart, and this is one of the few times in going on 4 decades I will speak for my wife. I believe in our hearts that they want the same thing: fairness, justice, peace, equity, equality. They're going to fight for safety. Their administration will fight for educational opportunities. They will fight for environmental sustainability. And I pray that they are fighting with love. If there's one legacy that I want to leave, is that I tried to leave with love.
All right,
humor. A lot of our jokes, by the way, they're just, Tim, I love you so much. Where's Tim? There's just a lot to work with Tim. There's a lot of material there, Tim, and it never ends. And I'm sorry, but Tim and I came in as politicians together in 2007. We won in 2008, and he's been a dear, dear friend, and I value you so much. And I can't commit to not joking about you when I leave the mayor's office, but I need you to know how much I love and respect you. Thank you very much, Tim Burgess. Jeremy Rocca and Jennifer Samuels, I'm going to say in the same breath because I see about education. I know that for a fact. It's not exactly the reception of my new name I was hoping to get.
All right. Seems like a pretty jovial concession, to be honest. He could be way worse. We've set the bar pretty low because of Cuomo. You know?
Voters in Seattle have decided and will soon have a new mayor. King 5 has called the race for Katie Wilson, the progressive challenger to incumbent Mayor Bruce Harrell. New results show Wilson is up by
No recount that? No, she actually just managed to win by enough to escape the recount margin.
2,000 votes with fewer than 1,400 ballots left to count. Harrell originally held a lead on election night, but has seen that advantage shrink with the most recent ballot drops. With the votes that are left to be counted, it's mathematically impossible for Harrell to catch up. In a statement last night, Wilson's campaign thanked supporters and said, quote, "We are thrilled with the latest drop, which continues to trend in our direction. We now believe that we are in an insurmountable position." Just a day before, when she initially took the lead, Wilson spoke to King 5 about how she plans to move forward.
I'm going to be a mayor for the whole city, so I'm looking forward to building those relationships with people, with organizations that maybe were skeptical of my campaign, but now's the time to come together and make sure that we're building a city for all of us.
This morning, still no comment from Mayor Bruce Harrell, who has not yet conceded the race. He is, however, expected to address the public at noon today. Stay with King 5 and we'll bring you live coverage of that event as it happens on air and on our King 5 Plus streaming app.
Nice. Okay. Still can't quite believe it. You're going to become vizier pilled now that Katie won? I'm considering it. Yeah, 100%. Yeah. I know Decision Desk HQ is not happy with this. Turns out Fetterman had something more serious happen than the spokesperson hinted. Yeah, probably. They always lie in those initial initial releases. We'll see. If he makes it, he makes it. Sag.
Essentially, how do you respond to those comments from Thomas Massie that essentially, if you vote to cover up for pedophiles, you've got cover in a Republican primary? He's essentially saying the president is going to help people who vote with him and vote not to release these files.
Well, here is the way that my people here in Louisiana see it, Casey. My people think, and I agree with them, that Epstein was a pig, a P-I-G pig. My people think that this is no country for creepy old men. My people believe, and I think they're right, that Epstein trafficked young women, some of whom were minors, to himself. But here's the issue. My people want to know who else, if anyone, did Epstein traffic young women to? And if they were punished, how were they punished? And if they weren't punished, why? Now, President Trump has turned that issue over to Attorney General Bondi. And I don't know how she is going to answer that question for the American people without releasing all the records. Maybe she can, but...
When you're losing people like this, that is a bad fucking sign for the administration. That's a really bad sign for the administration.
I just don't think this issue is going to go away until that issue is addressed and answered to the American people's satisfaction.
Yeah.
And I may end up with a sombrero on my head for saying that, but that's the way I see it.
Oh, shit. There's an even worse one.
It's going to be on your record if you go into the future after Trump has left office. Do you think that seems to imply that President Trump is a lame duck? Do you think President Trump's a lame duck at this point?
Well, he can't run again, yes.
And do you think the Republican Party is treating him as such? Because for much of the first year, he's not been treated the way a lame duck president often is.
Well, I don't know how to answer that, Casey. I mean, to some extent, every
Just
president.
straightforwardly saying that he's a lame duck president. You're not a lame duck in the first year of your second term. That's not what lame duck means. Lame duck is when you're so close to being on the way out that people think there are no longer any political consequences to not working with you. Like, people can basically stall on all of your policy items, your agenda, because they know that, like, really soon you're going to be out the door anyway, so who cares? Trump theoretically has 3 years left. He just straight up said Trump's a lame duck.
Is a lame duck because you know, there's no guarantee they'll be reelected. But in this instance, I think the Constitution's pretty clear that a president, whomever it might be, can only serve 2 terms. Now, the president's only in the first year of his second term, so he's not a lame duck in the sense that he's got 3 more years. I don't know if that answers your question, but yeah, I don't consider him a lame duck. Now, if he had 30 days left to serve, yeah, he'd be a lame duck.
I suppose I'm asking.
Correcting himself, I suppose.
Sure that the Department of Justice didn't have this information, and if they didn't have this information, do we know whether or not they actually deleted this information? Do we know that there was a thorough investigation? Do we know whether or not the investigation had concluded? These are all questions that we need answers to, but we can't get them when you're not cooperating. So we don't know what the DOJ has, nor what it is that the DOJ potentially was trying to do. Considering that the president right now is trying to obstruct on some very basics of let's just get a subpoena that says release all the information, I wouldn't be surprised, just like he obstructed the prosecution of one of his henchmen who took $50,000 in taxpayer dollars from undercover officers. I wouldn't be surprised if he sent a message and said, stop investigating, we're done with this, Epstein's dead, I don't want to hear anything else about it.
Do you have any evidence of that claim?
I have no idea. No, that's the whole point. I have no information. And that's why we need these files to be released, because we are looking for transparency, whether you're a Democrat, Republican, or independent. Listen, if people decide that they want to continue to support a person who may be a pedophile himself, or a person who obviously is covering for pedophiles, that's on them. But they should know at least the devil that they have decided to pick.
She's so fucking funny. I wonder if she's ever going to, like, really boom in the public eye the way that, say, AOC did for a while, you know? Every Dem I know loves her. Yeah. She just doesn't, she hasn't taken off in that same way, you know? But she's definitely popular.
A lot of young people are saying housing is way too expensive. Why is that? Because we flooded the country with 30 million illegal immigrants who were taking houses that ought by right go to American citizens. And at the same time, we weren't building enough new houses to begin with.
Man, Mamdani's win really fucked them up, huh? Can't wait for it to be 2028 and the Republicans have learned lessons from Mamdani's campaign and the Democrats haven't. That's going to be great.
Even for the population that we had, a lot of young
30 million illegal immigrants. The number keeps getting larger. Ugh. Newsom asking J.D. Vance if he condemns globalize the Intifada. I'm telling you, man, the Israel line. Republicans are going to drop Israel. Democrats are going to keep it. Ugh. Oh, holy shit. Oh. Do you and your beautiful partner have any fun plans for Thanksgiving? Yeah, actually, I'm flying out to see a friend's wedding, and then I'm doing a Southwest tour. Gonna be driving around the American Southwest, you know, seeing rocks, sand, dirt, that kind of stuff. Also the Grand Canyon, Monument Valley, plants even. Oh yeah, oh yeah. It'll be a good time. Navajo reservation? Maybe. When's the next gaming stream? Don't get over full on a good thing. If you're annoying about it, I'll avoid playing games out of spite. The girls are fighting. This accountable GOP account, I've been seeing them all the time today. Marjorie Taylor Greene and Ben Shapiro. Gotcha. 1 second. I hear a cat meowing. Bagheera has the most raspy meows. She, you know, like a freak noise. 1 second. All right, Bagheera. Do the weird meow like you just did. Do the weird meow like you just did from the other side of the house that I heard. Do the meow. Do the meow. Do the meow. Do the meow. She's purring now. Purr but no meow? Mm. Look at her. She's rubbing her face on my face. Mwah. Do the meow. Bite the neck? Nope, no meow. Do the meow. Do the meow. Do the meow. She will not meow.
Too cozy.
Still purring. Too cozy. Will not meow. I even bit your neck. So comfy. Be free. Well, we'll get a on the mic meow one of these days. Did you hear that? My beautiful partner immediately got her to meow. No? Fuck. No. The microphone is too directional. Yeah, no, I tried.
Should I kick her out?
No, you can do it. Cute baby. Anyway, how y'all doing? Yeah, we all have toxoplasmosis now. Well, if you've enjoyed the stream where we talk about how everyone we dislike is a pedophile, which is true, thank you. However, I've got bad news for you politics frogs. See, I'm tired, and there's nothing that I would like to relax to more than kicking back and trying to figure out what the fuck is going on in Expedition 33. So that's what's up next, all right? I'll read donations after we've played some Expedition 33. That's the plan. Vague slop time? Vague slop, vague slop, vague slop. You can't because I know, because of the thing. The thing? That's right, the reason. I remember the reason. The reason we... Yes, I remember it too. Zanzibar! Classic. Classic. My favorite method of storytelling. Hey, no hate. I'm not hating. The critique comes from a place of love. You must understand. I play Dark Souls. Okay, I'm used to it. Yeah, but Dark Souls doesn't have, like, really long cutscenes.
She's non-stop meowing.
No, now she's meowing? Okay, okay. Alright, well, okay, well now... Did you go over Trump sucking Bill Clinton's dick on Epstein's plane? Many times. Post up. Do we want to load the game capture? Thank you. Thank you. Okay. The last thing that happened is that we were crossing a big body of water, and then right as we were about to leave, Gustav got interrupted by the arrival of Old Man Mogmoded him. And now he's fucking dead or some shit. And then this guy, Geralt of Rivia, is now our guy. So now we have to learn a new fucking character. Verso. When did you get the rogue hairline? No. This is a new character. This is Geralt of Rivia. Now we have to learn his fucking abilities. We've got to do the whole... Okay, what does this guy do? 20 skill points available. Okay. From fire. Wait, hold on. Oh, fuck. It is a time loop, isn't it? He has the same abilities as Gustav. From fire is a Gustav ability. And Assault Zero is just his version of Lumiere Assault. Marking shot, perfect recover. Oh, no. It's gonna be a time loop. Gustav, he's gonna be sent back in time. Oh. Oh, no. I don't understand what these symbols are. I don't know how his shit works. Maybe I should avoid buying anything until I know how his shit works? Maybe. Okay, upgrade attributes. What do we got? 12 attributes. They're pre-allocated. Okay. Oh, no, they're not. I was looking at the wrong person. Whoops. Okay. Let's get everyone's health up to a certain amount. 560, 644. Don't care about you. Okay. Everyone's base health should be 700 or something. I don't know. I don't really care. Good enough. And then for might, all the rest in might. Didn't I want like a threshold for speed? Yeah, fuck it. I still don't really know what defense does. I don't know how the math works out. It's fine. It's not a big deal. All you have to do is hit the parry button at the right time. No skill involved.
Mon ami! Oh, you've put on a lot of weight.
I could say the same for you, you giant marshmallow. Bet you lost your stones again.
Oh, you know me. But now you're here. We can go find them.
Yeah, buddy. We'll find them.
Oh my god.
Tell me, did you tell them about... You know what?
Did you tell them about... The thing.
Oh, maman's the word.
No, I would
promise.
no, I would never say the thing out loud. Of course not.
Great. I'm counting on you.
Always, mon ami.
You want to spend time with SKA? Sure. Oh, yeah, he's cool.
Verso, mon ami.
Esquier, mon ami. I feel like I haven't seen you in years.
3 years, 67 days, and roughly 10 hours.
10 hours and 7 minutes.
Oh, you've been counting too.
Roughly. Did Francois finally move out and get his own cave?
Francois would miss me too much. He hates napping alone.
If you're here, then isn't he napping alone?
Oh, he must miss me so much right now. Poor Franfran.
I'm sure he'll survive.
Yes, yes, yes.
So how did these expeditioners convince you to leave your cave?
They're all so nice. Well, the super nice one died, but the others are cool too.
Rip Gustav, pouring one out.
You can make some friends too. It's been a long time since you made new human friends.
You know what I think about friendships with expeditioners.
Losing a rock is better than never having a rock. Ask me how I know.
Debatable.
I hope we won't lose them. Like the others.
So, you lost your stones again. How did you lose them this time?
Yeah. I lost them on our trip back from the Gestrel River, right after you left.
I've brought your stones back 10 times now. Are you losing them on purpose?
I lose them so we can go on more adventures.
That's a good reason. To adventure, then.
Esquier and Verso rekindle the flame of their friendship. Oh, what the fuck? Persona? This is a new mechanic, 11 hours in.
To adventure.
Dating mechanic? I'm gonna have to choose whether I want to fuck the old man, this guy, or like we're gonna, I don't know, find a talking frog in the future. I don't know. Three new playthroughs coming. Of course, we've got to do it all. Or Monica fucking with the game files. Over time, more of my party members become Esquier. I don't know what you're talking about. Now we have more time to spend together. Okay, I said I would upgrade shit because I've been sitting on upgrade materials and not using them, which is a little bit dumb. Okay, I just get to use all of Gustav's weapons, of course. It feels weird choosing to upgrade a weapon because, like, I don't know if it's going to correspond to the elemental weaknesses of the next area, you know? I guess I can upgrade this. I mean, that's a pretty big jump in power. Just wait, I guess. But I've been waiting for 11 hours now, so I'm gonna use these at least a little bit, you know? I'm gonna at least upgrade everything to level 8. Okay, this is just a regular physical damage weapon. It's pretty tough to beat just regular physical damage, right? This is also regular physical damage. Rank can't be lower than C? Wait, rank? Okay, that's gotta be his, like, special mechanic. Okay. Verlesso doesn't have any special abilities. I can bring it up to 800. Lanceram I can bring up to 435. Probably want this one, right? What about Delaram? What's that element? Is that light? What is light element? Light? Okay, I'm going to stick with regular physical for now. I'm just going to upgrade the Lance Ram. We'll keep it simple. And as for Luna... Okay, you're all the way down here at level 6. We got to bring that shit up. I like the lightning one. Generate a random stain on free aim shot is really good. The light rim, that's fire. I'm just going to go with Trebuchet on this one. Just bringing it up. Bringing it up. I like the vibes on this one, okay? And let's upgrade our Dick and Balls. We have 36 Color of Lumina to use. 36, okay? We gotta... Let's just bring everyone up to 30. Everyone up to 30, okay? Just simple. Simple start. Maybe I shouldn't use any Lumina points on Verso, because I don't know how permanent of a character he's going to be, but... Yeah, I don't know. I still feel like Verso is future Gustav in a time warp or something, so we'll see. Ciel, you are gonna rot forever. Sorry. It took me more than 30 seconds to understand the mechanics of your moveset. That's all that's in me. I'm casting you into the dustbin of my mind. Kobe! Gone forever. Get that revival tin up. Hell yeah, hell yeah. My Discord notifications are never on the That One American. That's on you. He can't read? I can't read. I can't read. Okay, let me make sure I'm holding the right weapon. Lance Ram, Trebuchet, Dularim, or whatever. Would you ever stream Dispatch? No, I don't think I'd enjoy streaming a story-based game like that very much. Maybe people would enjoy watching me play it, but I would... I don't know. I don't know. I've heard it's good. I've heard it's very good. You're currently streaming a story-based game? Yeah. Okay, but Dispatch is just story choices. It's like The Walking Dead, you know? Like, here I am also playing a game. Alright, let's edit these Luminas. We have, damn, we've got fucking 16. Ben, I'll have to take a look at it later. 16. Okay, play first, plus 1 AP on battle start. We already have energizing start here. We have energizing start on our fucking, Picto. Exposing attack. Base attack applies defenseless for 1 turn. SOS power. What do we want? Apply burn on hitting a marked enemy. Attack lifesteal. What do we want? What do we want? Measure pain. Critical moment. Cleansing tint. Rewarding mark. I'm not really marking targets that much. You know? It'd be nice to. Burning mark. Rewarding mark. You know, just take the energizing start. Why not? Can't hurt. Can't hurt. Also, everyone can get breaking counter. Everyone can get breaking counter. And, an energizing jump. 20% chance to burn on a free aim shot. Sure. Why not? Yeah, okay. We'll think about that more later. We'll think about that more later. I didn't think you liked just story-based games. I thought you said the reason you don't play stuff like Red Dead 2 is it's like watching a movie. Yeah, I mean, it really depends, right? There's a lot of nuance in that, but I mean, I think in my case for Dispatch, I feel like I would just be reacting to a movie, and I do kind of like the gameplay element, you know? Also, Red Dead Redemption 2 has a lot of what I would describe as open world slop. Or immersion slop. Alright, what are we on about? Your friend is dead. But don't worry, he's not actually dead. I promise you they didn't just kill off the main character. Just be honest, you don't like Rockstar, that's why. It's true, I don't like Rockstar games. What about Disco Elysium? Disco Elysium is an exception because A, its mechanics are pretty fun and rewarding. B, there's a genuine mystery element that's really fun to engage with. But the biggest part, C, is just that it's written well and most games aren't. Sorry, at the end of the day, that's that, right? Maybe I'd be more willing to engage with narrative story games if it weren't for the fact that games are generally not written very well. Disco Elysium's written very well, so there you go. I mean, just a quality threshold, I guess. I'm Geralt. I'm a Witcher.
I'm really sorry I didn't arrive sooner.
Oh, sorry. I forgot. I wasn't controlling dialogue.
He was your brother?
Something like that.
Ooh, that line hits hard in context. I don't want to hear shit like that. That's a fucking spoiler. Shut the fuck up. Ooh, based on information I have about the future of the game, that means more than you think it does. Apologies.
You want to offer your condolences.
Don't fuck with me.
You want to say something comforting. But I don't need it.
No, no, Thana, it's okay. They apologized. Ban them permanently for 1 minute, please.
I've lost so many families now. I just need...
We need a couple of, like, show executions at the beginning of every stream to remind people,
Please
you know?
go.
Gustav's journal? I wonder why I might have that. Could it be that I am Gustav? Sorry, that was stupid. I should have come up with a better joke. Sorry, girl. Gustav's overcharged skill deals strike. Dude, dog, he's dead! Gustav is dead! We don't have the arm anymore. SKA ability unlocked. Right, because we leveled up with him. Swim. Well, I wanna know how his fucking...
Head for the monolith. Through the quarry to the north.
Where am I? Oh, fuck. Okay. Well, let me find an enemy. I wanna... There are no enemies. There are no... Is there anything back here? No? Okay. Ooh. He's such a little freak.
Let us get wet.
Huh. This is, pretty expansive, no? What's over here? Okay, enemies. Alright. What? Richard? Witcher. Geralt, show us what you're made of. Alright, let's find out your shit. Are you gonna explain? Yes. Verso gains perfection every time he deals damage or parries or dodges. A higher perfection rank increases his damage. Some skills have additional effects at specific perfection ranks. Taking any damage removes 1 perfection rank once per enemy turn. Okay, so if they do a 3-hit combo, getting hit 3 times and getting hit once of those 3 times does the same shit. Okay. Assault 0. From fire. Okay, I see. At B rank, increased damage. Okay, okay. Doing great. Doing great. Fuck, how do I play this game again? How do I... Hello?
On me. Let me flow.
I have an AoE attack, right? Yeah, okay. I'm... Ow. Rude. Wait, how did that kill not Gustav? I thought that only did like 500 damage. He wasn't leveled? That's not very perfection rank of you? I suppose that's true, yeah.
On fire. On me. Ready to
That wasn't very good. That wasn't very good at all. Well, we're getting back in the swing.
precision.
Defensive stance half your damage. Yeah, that's probably fair. Alright, let's do this for real. Never the reserve team. Never the reserve team. Never the reserve team. You keep that shit packed in the trunk. Okay, this time for real. Sweet. And that gives you shields, right? Yeah. I like doing the basic attacks. Especially when they do damage like that. Jesus Christ. That didn't do very much damage. How did he do so much damage? Okay. Get the timing. There you go.
Let's spill some ink.
Let's spill some ink. That didn't. That wasn't enough. Okay. New weapon. Galtaram. And it looks like a big axe, and it's got leaf damage. I love leaf damage. That's what you people are experiencing nightly, is you fucking burn 1/8 of your income on disposable vapes.
Great.
Picto. -2? Fuck you. We got there. We had to fight for it, but eventually we made it there. What's over here? This too much for me? Danger. Yep, I suppose so. Okay, so we're going further north. Nope. Nope.
Time for a swim, swim.
Time for a swim, swim. Big boy over here. I do wish there was a way of knowing whether a fight is going to rock my balls before getting into it, you know? Can I even get up there? Not from here, no.
Swimsuit on.
Everyone okay?
Forgotten Battlefield. That's a fucking massive gate. More cutscenes. I want to fight. How many expeditioners died out here, man? $33. Barefoot through a battlefield. Insane.
We'll get used to them. We're going to see a lot more.
Oh, you're so cool.
If we hurry, we can cross before nightfall.
Wait,
Are you holding his arm? What are you doing?
could we bury Gustav?
Okay.
I wish we could, but protocol is to keep moving. Gustav would understand.
We can look for a suitable place along the way, yeah?
Also, that's his. He has arms like valuable
find a nice
technology.
spot.
Can't we put it in our backpack or something?
Actually, there is a place. Past the quarry, out of sight of the painters. A tranquil haven. Protected by magnificent trees.
Sounds really out of the way.
I think you'll approve.
Lead the way.
What the fuck are you talking about, Nuts? Hello. Is that gameplay?
Let me show you something.
Oh, is this when we're supposed to get the tutorial? Some enemies can cast gradient attacks. Gradient attacks are powerful and can only be defended with a gradient counter. What?
Well.
Press RT to perform a gradient counter. Well, what the fuck? It's an extra counter button?
Not impressed.
Ow. Ow. Very good. Very good. Not keeping up the perfect combo.
I'll manage.
Well, heal up, I suppose. Great. Do you get help from that? Does that count towards the healing? I don't think it does. So
Any
just
other tricks we should know?
One thing at a time.
so there's just some counters are just like regular counters, but they have to be with a different button. Why are they called gradient? I thought I'd have to do a quarter circle with the fucking analog stick or something. This is so confusing. You're her now? Well, I can be anyone. But I choose to be her. For reasons you couldn't even begin to comprehend. Why? It's something about Expedition 33 that attracts this one, gnat or fruit fly or whatever. They're never there during the politics. They only show up during the... Oh my fucking god, dude. They only show up during the Expedition 33. It's the feet? You think so? Sheesh. I'm just asking for a crumb of lore about the world. Why? What battlefield? All right, let's upgrade the skills now that we kind of understand how this guy works a little bit, sort of. Okay, let's see. We have 19 skill points to use. Leadership, powerful, quick strike. Deals single target medium light damage. This guy's got a lot of abilities. Thank you. A lot of abilities. Endbringer deals extreme single target physical damage, 6 hits. Increases damage if target is stunned. Can reapply stun. Huh. This guy seems like he requires a lot of AP to use properly. You know? Do we have any AP generation here? Deals low single target damage and gives 1 to 3 AP back 3 hits. Okay, there's that. Very high single target light damage. Let's see. This is his break skill. Perfect break. Berserker Slash. Burden. Remove all status effects from all allies and applies them to Verso. Gain 1 rank. Give AP to other allies. Blitz. Low single target physical damage, 1 hit. Plays a second time. Kills non-boss enemies with less than 2 health. Ascending Assault. Deal low single target damage, 1 hit, uses weapons element, increased damage at each cast. Each cast, so you just keep using it over and over. And you would do this if you're already at S. If you're already at S rank, you would just like dump into that over and over. Overload, increases rank to A and refills all AP but sets self-health to 1. Okay. Yeah, I don't really know what to do with this guy, I'm sorry to say. There's even more down here, man. There's so much. Me when I have to read? Me when I have to plan an entire character build all at once? Meanwhile, CL. Yeah, I suppose I don't have to use him. I could use CL. It's just, I don't wanna. Plus, this guy, we know this guy's, Geralt, or whatever his name is. Gertrude. The other guy. Goebbels, yeah. You know what? You shouldn't overthink it. Don't let the brain be the enemy of the main point, which is having fun. Okay. Assault 0. From fire. We move here. Because we had that there before with Gertrude. Perfect break. Marking shot. Blitz. Paradigm shift. Low single target damage and gives 1 to 3 AP back. Yeah, we'll do that. Okay. From fire. Am I ever going to use Quick Strike? Low single target physical damage, 1 hit, gives more perfection. This feels like a dump spell. You know what I mean? It feels like something I would only use if I had nothing better to do. We'll try that for now. Okay. Time for us to move on. Way too much thinking. Head hurt. Brain hurty.
These are all expeditions?
A single Nevron took out most of them.
Is it still around?
I've only seen it once. Many years ago, so most likely not.
Foreshadowing is a literary device. Hi. I feel like they would have more questions for him, you know? Considering the fact that he's like an ancient, like he's been around so long. I see you've got glowing heads there. Probably Assault 0 by default. Everyone get on fire. Okay, 2 hits, quick succession. Ow. Well, so much for that fucking, perfection meter, huh? Seems legit. Yeah, we just gotta figure it out. Just gotta figure out the enemy. Honestly, I kind of want a wildfire again. I feel like it's putting in work.
Danger!
I did it too early.
Danger!
Okay, come on. There we go. Oh my god, everyone's fucking dead. Oh yeah, River? You want to jump up on the desk, River? You want to toast your bun on the PC? Yeah, come on. Come on. Come on. No? No? We lost faith? Alright, fuck. Alright, there you go. There we go. There we go. Very good. Sehr good. Excellent. Expertly played. We got a scythe. On applying shell, its duration's increased by 2. Okay, we don't do that. We don't do that here. Get the reference, guys? Do you get the reference? And I'll just keep it. I don't give a shit. Yeah, experience is still given to people with faint in battle. I don't like the fact that she's starting first every time, by the way. This is a little bit annoying. Can I make it so she doesn't? It means that I have to keep applying spark with her.
Let's cover path. Here we go.
Sweet. Fucking nerd. Damn. Got one of them. Wow. Well, that wasn't very good. Never see how. All right, let's try that a little bit more seriously. Just a little bit, okay? Just a smidgen. Fuck you. Always kill the children first.
Here we go.
Love my wildfire. Love my wildfire. 2 for 3. 2 out of 3. $1,300 damage. 1,300 damage. Okay. Jesus.
Bring it on.
Bring it on.
Ready to.
Do you have 0 defense on everyone? Maybe. Why?
Just try it.
Trumpet concerto. Oh shit. Yep. Didn't really have a response to that one. I'll be honest with you.
Prepare to meet your end. Yeah.
Great. Well, at least we lived as a party. Troubadour level 8. What the fuck is that? Oh, I remember that. Vosh bringing his best D&D wizard who just got to level 5 performance. Yeah. 17
Nice.
maximum HP. Oh. Okay, this time we got it. 3! Where are 3? 3 of you? Where are 3? Fuck, I keep forgetting she's first. God damn it. I can't do much with her if she's first, because I can't Swift Stride. I need more abilities on her. I need more, like, opening abilities on her. All the way up to B rank over there. What difficulty you on? Hard. Rush!
Danger!
Mortal hit. That wasn't too mortal. I survived.
Not impressed.
Ow. I am getting fucked right up, man. Jesus Christ. Bring it down. Break. Oh, got them both. Okay. We're fine on health. Just don't get hit. Just don't get hit. Oh, yeah, hold on. 1 second. Oh, fuck. I can't really adjust who goes first, speed-wise, without a flag. We'll stomach it for now.
Great.
Energizing start plus 1 AP on battle start. Ooh, I definitely want to, swallow that whole. Yes, sir. We got a lot here. Okay, hold on. Auto shell. Sure. Augmented attack. Breaking counter, 1 AP on battle start. Let's try perilous parry. Damage received is doubled. Well, I shouldn't be getting hit anyway, so okay. Oh, she has first strike. No fucking wonder. Oh my god. That'll do it. Alright, getting those, pick those up. Watching the news is really funny. Listen, okay, it's just it's helpful for these people in their regular day-to-day lives, okay? Because if you can't follow simple instructions here, how are you going to survive out there? The world is a big, scary place. We're just trying to keep them safe. You're still going first because of speed. Okay, great. Well, you know. I'll manage.
Here we go.
I'll manage because of the... That's right. Because of the thing that happened that I swore I'd never talk about again. That's why I'll manage.
Not impressed.
Easy clap. Who is this fucking Virgil? Gertrude from a different time stream or something, I think. Yeah, the general rule is, as always, if you say something that reveals or implies information that I would have enjoyed discovering in the course of playing the game, that's the line. I don't want you to be first, man. YWKY was just asking a question about something Mosh said. Oh, well, it's a minute view. Survivable.
Lune, watch out!
Missed that.
So dodge!
I did not dodge that. Oh, I see. Mortal hit because it does more damage the closer you are to death. It's rough out there. Try it.
Ready to evade.
Fuck. She does so much damage, but you really need to get her, you need to get her into the virtuose state. She's like useless unless you have her there. Was the front flip necessary? Yeah, that's the virtuose state. It's when you can do front flips on command. Hi, hammer. God!
Here we go.
All right. Oh. Nice. We did for once, the first time we saw an attack, we responded to it properly. What a delight.
A storm is coming.
What an absolute cracker that was, Governor.
Let's have some fun.
Let's have some fun. You know what? Let's do perfect break. Why not? That was anime as fuck. Okay, thank God.
Nice.
Color of Lumina. Eh? Oh, fuck. Man. This place is infested. Most of the areas we've been to have had maybe like 3 wandering groups. I guess this area is very large. Ooh, that's good. I just can't do anything on my opening turn with mail, you know? All I can really do are spark or offensive switch. The goddamn combos. None of these guys have shields on the opening, and fire is going to be applied by Luna anyway, so I might as well just defensive switch. Can you, like, lower her speed? I need to get to a checkpoint.
Here we go.
Stop. Oh, there are some shields. Fuck you. 1 shield down. Oh, now I know why he's taking so much damage, because I gave him the Picto that makes him take double damage. That's right. That's right. It's all coming together now. All of my foolhardy decisions.
Let me flow.
He did forego it. He did. I'm just doing it to farm up the Luminas, you know? I'm not really doing it for any other reason. Anime. Miss. Doesn't matter. Weak to light damage. Ow.
Precision.
Weak to light damage. I should take advantage of that. We're definitely getting our levels in. What is that I just spied? Yes.
Nice.
A recode. Quick to light damage sounds like chat. You know that's right. Woo, baby. Yes, sir. What's up? Are you secretly 3 enemies in a trench coat? Probably. Fuck you. Don't hit me. That's fine, just don't hit me. Well, you're gonna attack twice anyway. I forgot, the tricky shot means he attacks right away. Oh, I'm still alive! Look at that! Not so bad, huh?
No margin for error.
Anyone else straight jam into this song?
I've lived through worse.
Could I kill this guy with the upgraded damage? I could definitely kill this guy. Could I kill this guy?
Here we go.
Maybe I could have. Maybe I could have. The violin in this song deals fire damage. I'm just a big fan in general of when the violin sounds discordant. You know what I mean?
Useful.
That is useful. I like it when it sounds like the violent, straight evil. Wasn't that in a lot of Omori? Didn't Omori have that a lot? Or am I thinking of a different, unsettling, psychological horror game? More guys. Man, this place is huge. I need to find a flag. I'm out of health. Over here. Alright, well, I guess I get health. By moving forward. Good.
Here we go.
Why do you keep saying it like that? Because they're all French. I don't know. Fuck you. I play video game.
Let the ink flow. Lightning, strike.
God. I think it might be because all of the voice actors sound vaguely English, but then they occasionally talk with like a French word or twang or whatever, and it sounds a little bit funny to me. You know, like Mael is voiced by Shadowheart. Shadowheart. Hello, I'm Shadowheart. I'm dark and mysterious. And then, God, you know, it's like it's just kind of funny. I do wish they all had French accents by default. You know, on that Reva show shit. Yeah, the game director was in the recording studio to help with French pronunciation. Is that true? Flying all the way over from Paris to make sure they said merde correctly. All right, let's do our adjustments here. Okay, okay. What's your fucking speed right now, lady? Speed 474. Oh my God, you're so fast. You're so fast. Why are you 474? Who made your agility that high? What the fuck? God damn it. I can't make it go down. I have to get rid of whatever picto you're holding. That's giving you that speed. Okay? And it's coming from accelerating heal. Alright? That shit's gone. You're longer shell maxing now. This one also gives speed. And can we get rid of Perilous Parry? Yes, please. Thank you. And I think that catches us up with the Pictos. Okay. Nice. We should be fine now, I think. Type. Yes. Why are we still holding on to augmented attack? That shit's level 2. 8 defense, 10 speed? Come on. Speed. A lot of them give speed. Speed seems to be a very, very, very common stat. Well, yeah, take the speed, whatever. Okay, nice. All right, now I want to see what I can do about Mael not having any opening abilities, basically. 6 skill points available. Okay, hold on. Reduces self-health to 1, but refills all AP, switches to Virtuose Stance. I could just do this at the beginning of every fight and always be one hit. That's an option. Guide. Igade. Igug. G. Fencer's Fury deals medium damage to all enemies one hit. That seems like a good opening move. Medium damage to all enemies, applies defenseless to all enemies, uses weapons element. That's pretty good. Rain of Fire. Rain of Fire, offensive if you do it out of defensive stance. Applies 2 more burn per hit. Well, we're getting the burn mostly from Luna. So for now, I'm gonna go with Fencer's Flurry. I'm pretty happy with that one. That one feels like a solid opener, you know? Feel pretty good about that. Okay, so what are we getting rid of then? Offensive Switch, Spark, Mesa Forte, Floret Fury. I'm just not using Offensive Switch. Like, I'm only using it out of desperation here, man. This also applies offensive. Just, yeah, go. There. Sure. Type. Sorry, I need to... It's a verbal tick. When you play into it, you're rewarding me for mental illness. It's not good, you know? It's like... It would be like if I had bulimia, and every time I posted a selfie where you could see my lower intestine through my navel, you said I look beautiful. Alright? Stop typing shit when I say type. Let me see what's back here that I missed. More monsters. It's true. Don't want to miss what's over here. Oh, there's another flag over here. Okay. Huh. Interesting. We got a couple of directions we can go. Holy shit. Okay. I'm going to take the hint, and I'm going to take the branching pathway that has been offered to me, and I'm not going to, like, explore this whole area right now. Okay? This is the path we're following right now. And I realize how fucking big this area is. Jesus Christ. Why did I do that? No one knows. Okay. Climbing segment slot. Sorry. Hello. I don't think what Alex said qualifies as spoiler. Listen, it's a Why are you still first? Well, no, it's a minute mute.
Here we go.
Lightning, strike!
Surely a minute mute isn't worth complaining over, right? Most people aren't even typing that much anyway, you know? Like, you might not even notice if you type something dumb and then get up to take a piss. Okay, hold on. Seriously, though, why are you faster? Speed, 409. Speed, 457. Speed, 445. Do you have first strike or something? Why did you start? Is it a weapon ability? Dunim? No? How did you start? All right, chat, I'm actually asking. Somebody watching this knows. I'm actually asking. You're free to tell me. Why is she going first if she has lower speed and doesn't have a Picto? First strike order is based on order added to expedition. Why? That's so dumb. Why wouldn't it be because of your speed stat? That's pretty dumb. Okay. That's only after first strike turn. Okay, still, like, I feel like the speed stat should be the determining force there, right? That's, yeah, okay. Alright, yeah, okay. Luna versus Mael, right? Right? Okay. I'm glad I asked. That's what you sound like. Luna, 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 go first, Luna, go first, Luna, go. Yes! We're back at it, boys. Everyone.
My turn. Here we go.
This guy's got a lot of health. What the hell?
Take cover.
Ow. Beefy boy, beefy boy, beefy boy, beefy, beefy boy. Why can't I use my perfect break? I'm B rank. It should only cost 5 AP. Am I not B rank? Am I C rank? Even though it says B? How much AP do you have? Oh, 4. I thought I had 5. I thought I had 5. Sorry. Sorry. Don't get mad at me. Sorry. I'm really sorry. I'm.
Here we go.
Don't make fun of me, please. Nuclear blast. Okay, we're back to feeling good. We're back to feeling good. We're back to feeling good. I like having Luna open to apply the burn. I like feeling the burn, you know? I wonder if I would... I have a feeling that a big part of this game, strategy-wise, is like... do you want to do burn-enable combat or mark-enable combat? You know what I mean? Like, do you want your abilities and your power and so on to center around the target being on fire, or to, like, to continue reapplying marks? You're scary. Like, very scary? What the fuck? Okay. Well. Good thing we get to open with Wildfire. Yeah, I think it's still best to open with this.
Here we go.
I guess we'll Fencer's Flurry. Big hit.
Cut through the flames. Danger.
Ow.
Danger.
All right, they've definitely tightened up the delay between the noise and the... Nice. Can enemies break your parry? No. As long as you're using the right parry, I'm pretty sure no. I don't have any AoE abilities lined up on this guy, so I guess I'll Assault Zero again? Or do I want to do Marking Shot? Well, hold on. Let's use our abilities a little bit. If we Marking Shot you... You're marked, you're on fire, you're toasted, you're over. You're dusted, you're chopped, you're sliced, you're roasted. You're a roasty. I hate women. Sorry, that's not true. Wildfire again. Mark burnt. You're low on health. Do I want to redo Fencer's Flurry, or will... Hold on. Can I know how much health you have? Like, how much health you have numerically? Because I think that burn might be enough to kill you. I think that burn might be enough to kill you. You know what? I'm going to bet that it is enough to kill you. I'm going to Swift Stride you. Nice!
Not impressed.
Nice!
Please, bye.
Dude. I think we did pretty good there. I think we did pretty good there.
An advantage.
She's roasted, but that's fine. Huh, okay. That's the end of this area? Not the end of the whole side area, right? Whole thing probably wasn't just for one color of Luminous, or whatever those things are called. Heal your girl. Well, I can heal her in fight, rather than using a whole, big healing tincture, or whatever. Man, this area is so pretty. Are people watching getting the impression that I enjoy the game? By the way, because I am enjoying the game quite a bit. I've been resenting that I can't play it in my off time, you know? I worry that people are watching this and they're like, oh man, he's trashing it. I feel like there's more to do here. Yeah, you're just annoying sometimes. Oh, well, yeah, but that's what you sign up for, right? It's not like I'm not annoying when talking about politics. You seem to not give a fuck about the story. Right now, the story is uninteresting to me because it's obviously a big mystery they're setting. I was invested in it at the very beginning when we were getting a lot of like cold open exposition, but right now it seems like there's a lot of stuff they're doing that I find irritating. Like, why aren't they asking Geralt of Rivia more questions? Like, this guy's been here, he's part of Expedition 0? He's been here the whole time? I thought that the information gap in this place was so bad that we didn't even know what the fuck was over here because no one's made it back. And now we have a guy who's been around from the beginning? I feel like we should sit him down and be like, I want you to tell me everything. What's your relationship with the old man? Have you met the Paintress? Have you fought the Paintress? Why have you been able to survive this? It's just like a bunch of stuff, you know? And it bothers me when they don't do that. And this is a very common thing in games like this. Not just games, like any piece of media, where you have a character who knows so much in a mystery story, but for some reason all the other characters are not interrogating them, and that does piss me off. But I have a feeling that the game is going to hook me back. Like, it's a writing flaw, but at some point the game's going to hook me back, you know? I'm not writing it off. I guess I'm done here. Feel like... Well, wait. Hold on. Actual question alert. Actual question alert. I can get an answer for this one. Is there fall damage? No? Okay, cool. Then I'll try going over here. Oh, fuck. I can't go over here. Okay. Alright, okay. No, just good to know. Good to know. Like, I wish they would give some kind of, even a contrived excuse. Like, everyone's asking him, like Luna and the others, Ciel or whatever, are asking him, like, dude, seriously, like, explain to us, what's going on, what's happening? And he responds with a, listen, I can't tell you right now for reasons that I'll explain soon, I'm sorry. Even that would be fine by me, because it would indicate, like, that they're curious, you know? But the fact that it's not even being broached is weird to me. Let me take a piss super quick. I didn't pee when I started Expedition 33, and I'm feeling it now. Side, side to side. Look up. Something, something, look up. Total shock fills my body. Wow, 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 wow. Nah, Dream Canoe, I did talk to them. I talked to 2 of them on the edge. There was that one dialogue where Verso commented he wasn't going to get any sleep due to Luna asking questions. Yeah, but like, come on. I don't think it was addressed sufficiently. Look, it's not a death knell for the story or anything, but this is just an inherent problem when you have a character who is friendly with the protagonists and knows a bunch, but won't reveal that information, you know? Tons of stories struggle with this. It's very, very, very difficult to get past it. To go back to the best written game ever, Disco Elysium managed it largely because there's a social expectation between you, the detective, and Kim Kitsuragi that you're competent enough to not be reminded of every single thing that's gone wrong. Or in other words, the reason you're not asking questions about the world is because you're hiding the extent of your mental damage, right? That's a brilliant excuse. That's brilliant, because you, the player, know, and the detective both know that you should ask Kim Kitsuragi more questions about the world, and you refuse to because you know it makes you look more and more incompetent. That's perfect! Settles it right there. A lot of players hold off as long as possible on telling Kim Kitsuragi anything because they are so embarrassed for the detective.
Here we go.
Ah, I was talking about you, my love.
I'm ready.
Careful now.
Ow, I hit the wrong.
Ready to evade.
Really? I thought I got one of those at least. Oh well. Okay, I feel like this guy's Assault Zero ability is so good that it's hard to use anything else. Does that make sense?
Let us stay there. Prepare to meet your end.
Not giving up.
Right, weak to light damage. Weak to light damage. I think you're going to die to fire. Let me just heal myself.
Ready to go.
Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Yeah, kind of hard to stay oriented here, no? I mean, you've got landmarks in the distance to refer to, but man, this is a maze. Wow. Okay. Well, I want to be thorough. Okay, go up that way. Just how many expeditioners were part of those early expeditions? I mean, obviously, the early expeditions would have much larger groups, right? There's a reason everybody's so fatalistic and defeated about the, about Expedition 33, and I imagine it's because it used to be like a big army of people going across the ocean, before they ran out of enough people to do that. Okay, I did explore everything over there, I believe. Why is Shadowheart in this game? I still find it a little bit distracting that Shadowheart is voicing a girl who's supposed to be 16. Shadowheart has such a husky, like, not deep, but what would you call it? Like, I don't know. It's a weathered voice. It's a weathered voice. Yeah, maybe husky is the wrong word for it, you know? It's breathy, but it does sound like, very much sound like an older woman, you know? Hello. You may leave, I have no interest in speaking to you. Okay, that's fair. Raspy, but it's not raspy. It's I don't know what. Okay, I can't think of a better word for it right now than full-bodied. Does that make any sense? Sultry? Not really sultry. I don't know. I'm making up words. What do I have to do to crack these fuckers open, man? Okay, I'm gonna ask a real question. This is a real question. You can answer it, but it's a yes/no question. It can only be answered with yes or no. Do I have the ability to crack these open now, and I'm just not getting it? Yes? Motherfucker. Okay, it's clearly not this. And if I get close, what options do I have to... I can't really sneak, can I? No, there's not really a sneaking mechanic. Ghostmaker, that's not a yes or a no. Sorry, I don't know how close, how clear I have to make it to you people. You've given me information. You've given me information. Oh, that fucking proof point. That fucking proof point. I might have gotten it. Maybe. I'm not entirely sure. Let me clear out the other enemies, and then I'm gonna spend some time trying to figure out how the fuck to bust those nuts open. For two enemies. You know what? Let's do some... We'll wildfire with you, but we'll do single target for the rest. I want to keep those fires brewing.
Here we go.
Big crits. Big crits.
Careful, my out.
I don't know why that other one didn't parry. I feel like I timed that perfectly. Huh.
Here we go.
Not much damage. I can do this.
Precision.
Crit. Fuck. Fire damage. Nice. Take what you can. Okay. What the fuck is up with you, man? Look, I'll finish clearing this little plateau that I'm on, and then... I just don't know what it could be. I'm trying to think. And because I was so shamelessly spoiled by the Ghostmaker, who indicated that my ability to deal with those guys was in some way tied to my level... I now have an even more limited range of information to go off of. I suppose that narrows the options.
Useful.
Oh, that's quite a bit of, Euro. I think that's all that's up here, though. Okay, how the fuck? Okay, what can we do in the open world? We can aim our handgun. Handgun. Can I charge this attack? No, I cannot. Okay. Running up and doing this doesn't work. What else can I do? I can jump. X does nothing. Y does this. I can run. Aim. That does nothing. That changes character. That does nothing. Yeah, I have no idea. It looks like it runs to preset locations. I wonder if one of these locations has something special about it. Okay, so you run to here. And then you run here. And then you run to here. Oh. Okay. Oh, fuck. Okay. Petanque will flee in 3 turns. Wait, what the fuck? I don't want you to flee.
You could do better.
Feel the burn.
Oh, fuck, you've got a lot of health, too. Timing's off on that. Stop!
Manage. Here we go.
Ice. Shatter.
Yeah, I didn't think so. I'm gonna have no AP for the next... Okay, that counter might have won us the day there. Thank God. We just needed to get a counter. That's all.
Here we go.
Nice. Okay. I wonder if the rewards from these guys are good enough to make it worth going back. Battle loot, 8,000 euro, 5 polished permacatalyst to recant color alumina. 5 color alumina! Okay. Okay, nice. We learned something valuable today. And Ghost something something, the Ghost Maker, was tactically deceiving me. That had nothing to do with my level at all. Very smart. But watch yourself. Maybe next time you'll be the one getting tricked. Getting weird Dark Souls 2 vibes?
Expedition Wolf 41. My bag's getting weighed down from all my kills. Maybe I need to pick smaller trophies. Estelle bagged 7 of those armoured nevs. So I've got to get at least 8 in this next batch if I'm going to beat her.
Fucking
Leah
British
showed
voice.
me how to double up my weapon pictos. Might not be stable, but the bang's going to be worth it. The painters might be out of our reach, but her minions aren't. And if I die, I'm gonna make sure I die big. Like Xavier says, subtlety is not our game. We only live till 40. So let's go make some friends.
Exposition slot. The accent is atrocious. I am a little bit oversaturated with British accents in fantasy, in historical fantasy. Three of you. It's not just British though, it's the Cockney. Yeah, but to an American, these sound the same. You know? Well, it's not that they sound the same necessarily, it's just that if you ask an American to do a British accent, they'll do a Cockney accent. For the same reason that a lot of people will try to sound like a Southerner if asked to do an American accent.
Ready to carry.
Having a harder time timing the parries with these enemies.
Let's dance.
Not that one, though. Sheesh.
Here we go.
This guy does hella fucking Mongo damage, man. Look at that shit.
Prepare to move your head.
I guess Cockney's like saying country. Well, most countries have their own version of what we would call a country accent, because it's always the like poor rural versus refined urban distinction. Like in Japan, isn't it the Kanto, or is it the Kanto or Kansai region that I'm thinking of? That's often translated. What the fuck are you? Into English with a southern accent.
Luna, careful.
Okay.
Luna, careful.
Okay. Okay. Well, that was fast. All right, let's try that again. There we go. Oh, you've got health.
Get ready.
Missed every single one. Gonna guess fire damage won't do very much to you.
Cut through the flames.
But ice damage. Oh, fuck. Ice damage did not crit on you. I don't think this attempt's gonna go any better than the previous. You know what?
Careful, Verso.
Oh, okay.
Chroma is flowing.
No. Just end the fight. I want to try again. There we go. Never CL. Never CL. Okay, I remember these attacks. These are the same attacks as the guys from the other area. Hold on. It's weak to lightning? Lightning is the thing that it's weak to? Okay.
Well, thanks.
Thunderfall. No crits? Are you joshing me? Not a single crit there?
Parry it! On me.
Incoming.
Take cover.
I'm ready.
Didn't time that quite right. Okay. Alright, okay. We cannot get hit by that. Just, yeah. That's, no. That's fine. I would not have guessed lightning in a million years. Yeah, maybe this guy isn't even, like, resistant to fire damage. Fuck. Lightning?
I'm ready.
My turn.
That also didn't go well. I'm noticing.
I won't waste this.
I think they are tightening the timing on these attacks. For parrying. There's the crits.
Careful now. Incoming.
Okay. Actually, wait, hold on. You're actually getting super, super close to a break. Could I do a perfect break? If this gets it. Please? Yes! Now we're on it. All right, looking toasty, looking toasty. Unfortunately, we can't enter Virtuose stance because the fucker's not on fire.
Let's cut through the flames. Okay.
At least I got the first one. Yeah, just keep Assault 0. It's just really good.
A storm is coming.
For you, bring her back up, even though she's not that useful this fight.
You don't get to die yet.
Okay.
Fuck!
Bring it on.
Why do they just stand there while you make your choice, lol? Why do the characters in a book stop acting when you set the pages down? You know what? Yeah, take the burn. Really? A full 3,000? Jesus.
Brace yourselves.
Ugh. So nerve-wracking.
Careful, Verso.
Damn it. I'm clearly struggling with that timing. Okay, your item slot.
Here we go again.
Here we go again. Because of that time win. Yes.
Careful, Verso. Careful, Verso.
Thanks for reminding me. Close to another break. Who's up next? It is phenomenal. I think thermal transfer should always proc on him because he's always burning, in my opinion.
Ready to evade.
Breakable.
Time to hit big.
Florette Fury can break on its own, even if I'm not in Virtuose stance. I can just do it on its own. Maybe I should. Yeah.
Finesse and precision.
No, but if I'd done it on him, I would have gotten an automatic S rank. Ah, I'm done. Very unfortunate. Suppose I could still do it, just wouldn't give me the S rank. Still a lot of damage.
Break.
A lot of damage. Okay, items. Healing tint. Keep her afloat.
Lune, watch out!
God. Well, that's why we healed you up. Fuck, we're out of revive tints. God damn it. That's not great. After this, he gets 2 turns in a row. Well, I don't even have any AP with which to... I guess I could paradigm shift. Hey, free AP. Holy! All right, take what you can, right, fellas? There are some critical flaws in my build, I feel. Especially when going up against an enemy that's weak, or not weak to fire, that's resistant to fire. Maybe immune to fire, honestly. I didn't even bother checking. I mean, what, would you use a fire attack against a guy that can heal himself by consuming the fire charges on you? It'd be like trying to kill Donald Trump by throwing 14-year-old girls at him. Literally in his element. I mean, if you throw them fast enough. Yeah, I guess it doesn't really make sense.
Nice.
It doesn't really make sense that you couldn't hurt a fire elemental with fire damage, you know? Like, you can hurt humans by throwing flesh at them, like meat or whatever. If you hit a fire elemental with a bunch of fire really hard, you would still kind of, like, blast apart the filament that holds it together, you know? The weave or the, you know, whatever the magic system is, I don't know. Stronger fire would mean they had no oxygen. That's a good point. That's a good point, actually. Yeah, if you were like lighting fire up around a fire elemental, you would deprive it of the fuel and the oxygen that it would need. That's a good point. Does magical fire need oxygen? Well, I think it depends,
Looks like
right?
we passed the danger zone. And no sign of your special Nevron.
Oh, I guess we're lucky.
We just fought a special Nevron. We just fought, like, a fire elemental Nevron. See, stuff like that really immerses me in the game, you know? If we had fought that guy, and then after we fought him, Lune was like, was that the special... That guy was strong. Was that the special Nevron? And he's like, no, that was definitely not the special Nevron. You'll know when you see him. I don't know. I'm just nitpicking. One more. Bless! Do we even have an idea of what magic is at this point? Well, I don't even think the characters in this game have referred to anything that's happening as magic, have they? They say Pictos, Chroma, you know, Lumine, whatever the fuck. They haven't really said magic. What's that? What's that one setting that's very insistent about magic not being a thing, but all the magical stuff people doing being like another system, and then magic ends up being a thing anyway? Usually that distinction, when it crops up in media, is like, no. Okay, people can use, like, mystical powers, But it's not magic. It follows a set of rules that we understand. It's basically just like another feature of the world. And then magic is stuff like curses. You know, like it's like a more weird, ephemeral, nebulous kind of thing. They reference it quite a bit in Hades too, because you're a witch in Hades too. Melinoe, you know? The gods can like make lightning bolts and set shit on fire and stuff like that, but they treat witchcraft as a separate special thing. Flavier, if you're here, I know you know. They're afraid of you. There's somewhere over here. There's a third. Well, I'll find it. I'll find it. Behind here. Oh, I hear something. I hear something. Oh, I think I'm just hearing this.
Expedition
Don't worry about
57, Carla. These siege engines seemed much more powerful in Lumiere. But on this battlefield, next to all these broken bodies, staring at the true size of the monolith, I feel despair. I dare not show my true feelings. As commander, I cannot yield to fear, but I can't help but wonder, is pressing forward the correct course of action? Our lives are forfeit anyway, but is there perhaps a better way to spend such precious coin? Expedition...
So even as late as Expedition 57, they were still sending siege engines over. We really are ramshackle in comparison, huh? Like all these expeditions failed, and they had armies sent over, and we're just like we've literally got a 16-year-old girl with us, you know? Hey! Oh, okay, so chroma catalyst, polish chroma catalyst. We want all the color of Lumina that we can fit up our asses. Benissim. Healing skills cost 1 less AP. Okay, so this is like a very earth healing such and such committed. That could be cool. That could be cool to like dip my toes into a little bit. Apply inverted on self for 3 turns on battle start. 50% increased damage will inverted. Wait, that seems huge? Plus 50% damage for 3 turns on turn start? No downside? There's got to be a downside. Got to be a downside. Do we care enough to buy the polished chroma catalysts? Sure. And let's fight the merchant. And we'll fight with Verso, because honestly, he seems busted. As long as you're getting your parries in. Oh, I feel like this one's even larger than... Oh, you're strong. Did not time either of those correctly.
Ready to strike.
Ready to strike.
Here we go.
Okay, let's get those timings correct, huh? Did not get that timing right either. Nope, not even a little bit. Different attacks than the other merchant, I think. I don't remember that stomp attack. Well, let's go again. My turn. Because of... You remember, don't you? That promise we made long ago.
Just try it.
Ow. There we go. Okay. Got a feel for it. Got a feel.
Here we go.
Now the punch. Okay, nope. See, I'm thinking he's gonna attack from the side, but instead he swings up and over, you know? Big hit, big hit. One more time. Probably only has 2 attacks he cycles between anyway. Plus I got critted. Basically a skill issue on the game's part. They couldn't beat me on fair footing.
My turn.
You sort of sounded like Alucard from Hellsing Ultimate with that last one. Well, everyone likes Alucard, so I'll take it. Wonder how many people found out they were gay because of Alucard from Castlevania.
Let's carve a path.
Well, are you really gay if the only guys that you're into are guys that look like Alucard? I've said this before, you can't really say you're bi if the only guys you're into are ethereally beautiful or look like women, you know? No hate or whatever.
Target marked.
Woo!
Here we go.
Fucked him up! What do you got? Obscure an outfit for Mayo. Yeah, I'll always buy outfits. So Testament from Guilty Gear doesn't count? I think there's a big difference between being attracted to extremely beautiful people in media, like the kind that you would literally never see in real life, beauty-wise, and then defining your sexuality around that, right? You know what I mean? Like the femboy thing. Like, people will be like, I like femboys. Dog, there are no femboys in real life, okay? There are feminine men, and there are some, like, internet influencers who have OnlyFans who really play it up, and they spend 3 hours a day with a fucking, epilator, you know? It's a whole thing. Femboy erasure. I am femboy erasing. There are not many, there are trans women, but those are women. That's a whole different category of people, you know? There are just not that many femboys. And look, if you're into them, fine, sure, find it attractive, sure. You know, but people will talk like that's an actual category of people in real life that you're out there, like, dating or whatever, which no, you're not. No, you're not.
Hey. You holding up? We're almost there.
Holding up. Everywhere we go, just death. Death and more death. Everywhere we go, just death.
Most of the ARC creators who advertise themselves as femboys are actually trans women. Yeah, of course.
I thought you would understand.
If you want to look like that, estrogen is your...
burying the people around you. Doesn't any of this bother you? And you. Gustav's dead. How can you keep going like nothing happened?
Slap her.
We need to continue.
Why do
Mael. You know what we must do.
Yo!
When one falls.
Oh, you like Ciel, do you, Joan? I'm really sorry to say I don't think we're going to be seeing much of her backside in the fight sequences, you know? Because it took me more than 10 seconds to understand how to play her. Uh-oh. Oh, shit. Horror farming. Oh, fuck. Dodge! Duck! That did not look like you ducked that. Well, that sucks. Fell in the dang blood river. Sorry, just want to add this, like, narratively speaking. I think one of the things that people really, really liked about God of War 2016 and God of War Ragnarok... Wait, God of War 2016? The new God of War, whatever, and Ragnarok, is there's lots and lots and lots of diegetically well-incorporated dialogue that's not in cutscenes, you know? 2018, thank you. I was thinking of Doom 2016. Like, you'll be walking around with Loki or fucking whatever, the head, and they'll talk constantly. I wish games like this did this more often. Like, I feel like it would have felt a little bit more natural if, while walking through the battlefield, Mael's making comments and people are kind of shushing her a little bit. Like, come on, we're moving on. We don't need to, like, we don't need to linger here. We don't need to, like, we get it. They're dead. We have to move on. And she's, in the long silences that follow, you can tell she's kind of, like, steaming on it a little bit. You know what I mean? It's hard to pull off. This was their first game. I don't know. Hey, whoa. Artistic critique knows not these concerns. I'm just saying, you know, I'm just talking about my opinion. You know, normally when I play a game on stream, I don't get the opportunity to engage with like a you know, a narrative this meaty, right? I'm just sharing my thoughts. Merde.
Are you hurt?
I'm fine.
Fucking covered in blood. Where's the blood river coming from, man? These people have been dead for a long time. No. You don't have a healing spell. Luna, I never gave you a healing spell.
Ready?
John, you're being very nice to me today. Hold on, I gotta focus on this. I'll read all those. Duelista.
Careful, Verso.
Whoa! Fuck. Okay, manageable. Do we have our items refilled? They did. They did refill our items. Okay, we're fighting fair then. That's I appreciate that. I appreciate that.
Here we go.
I touched the flag. Did I? Oh, okay. Wow, you have a lot of health. Like a lot of health. That's a little bit concerning. You're resistant to fire? Ooh.
Luna, careful.
Earth damage.
Last ditch effort. Careful now.
Five hits, no prob. 5 hits, no prob. We're learning. Are you vulnerable to lightning? No, you are not.
I can do it.
Oh, I didn't jump. Okay, we'll take the fight. We'll take the fight in stride.
Once more.
On me.
Okay. Damn it. 5? It's still 5. Why did I think it was less than 5? Oh my god, we're never building combo with this guy. Building perfection.
Ready to evade.
Oh, there we go.
No margin for error.
No margin for error. No margin for error. No. Dude, we are so fucking far away.
Here we go.
From breaking this guy's stamina.
Okay.
I'm okay. You know what? You're in defensive stance, which is pretty lame-o stance to begin with. Just heal. Heal Lune. Nice! We still got a bit of pep in our step, I feel. Do we Thunderfall? Let's Thunderfall again. I'm feeling it.
Lightning, strike.
Sick. Sick. I know it's not gonna break. Wait, why can't I use Perfect Break? I'm at A rank. On B, Perfect Break costs 5 AP. I'm actually asking again, why is Perfect Break not 5? Oh, you need to be in B rank? I thought it was just up. Oh, fuck, okay. Oh, wow. I thought, okay, that totally changes how I'm gonna play this guy. I need to have an option for every rank, otherwise, there's like dead material. Okay, okay. Okay. I like, that's more interesting. I like that. I like that. That being said, I don't really have anything I can take super big advantage of, so I guess I'll just Assault Zero again? No, wait, who's after me? Nah, yeah, I'll Assault Zero.
Here we go.
Still a lot of damage, you know? Do we want to item again? Item again? I think we do. Yeah, we're gonna play it safe. We're gonna play it safe. We're gonna play it simple. All right.
Oh well.
So cool. So cool. You're getting dogged on right now, man.
Prepare to meet your end.
Weak to light. Weak to light. Aren't we all? What are we feeling? Do we want to heal? Maybe it would be good to just perfect recovery. I kind of feel like just healing here might be the right play. Nah, we're so close. Just keep the pressure on. Sorry, River.
Cut through the flames. I'm ready.
Nice. That could have wiped us because everyone's at not full health. Not to jinx it, but I think we got it. That was like no damage. Fuck. The moment you jinx it, man. The moment you jinx it. Why'd you say that? I know, I know. Yeah, right now I'm kind of forced into just using Assault Zero over and over again. Still does a lot of damage. I mean, look at that. Oh no. Oh fuck. I thought that was too easy. Auntie Sullivan ass.
I'm ready.
Jeez. All right. Okay. What are my odds of being able to... Okay, well, we need to heal. Sorry that you're the heal bitch.
Get ready.
Oh. Well, good thing we healed. Shit. Thunderfall.
Lightning, strike.
You're outmatched.
Heal.
Danger.
Fuck.
Time to hit big.
She's just teleported back. Okay. We need to keep fire ahead.
Ready to strike.
Well, we're back at B rank, so could from fire. Could perfect break. You know what? Fuck it, perfect break. Why not? Just do some damage. That was a lot of damage. Healing 10 self. What? Okay, I'll keep that one in mind too. Thanks. Thank God she was in defensive stance.
Let's cut the path.
Keep from firing. From fire. No. We need a perfect break whenever we can. Because it's the biggest damage, biggest hit I can do to this guy by far. Another Thunderfall, then Mayhem? Probably another Thunderfall with Mayhem, yeah. These goddamn fire-resistant enemies, man.
Luna, careful.
Ow. Oh, I thought I parried that correctly, too. Shit. Alright. Really close to a break. Really fucking close to a break. B rank from fire? Bit of health? Sure. Wait, but you're not on fire! Well, that was still a huge amount of damage, so okay. And I can break here with Mayhem. That's big. What?
I'm ready.
Ooh.
Not giving up.
Prevents the character from being healed. I see. Well. I'm pretty much out of healing options here. I don't know about this one, guys. Mesoforte. I missed the thing because I was looking at chat. We can still revive.
I'm back.
She's back. Wildfire will give me a fire and a light charge. Light charge is desirable because when I use Mayhem, it goes...
Not giving up.
Yeah, I don't think we're making it, guys. We're so close, too.
Take cover.
Let CL clutch. I promise I'll let CL cook, okay?
The expedition's not over.
Well... I don't... Okay. Do I not understand that last one? I feel like the last 2 times I've perfectly hit the parry window. Is that a dodge only?
I'll do it.
Oh, fuck. Don't think I would have made that anyway. Okay, last revive 10.
You can do better.
Fuck. Luna? Let's try Mayhem. Mayhem all crits. Show me what you got. Well, that was a lot, but, you know. If I hadn't missed that parry. Wait! My trump card! Oh my god, he's got a 3rd phase. What? What? What the hell? I'm not doing anything. We're all alive? Sure. I watch anime. Yes! Alright, they got up from the dead. Was that actual first try? Was that I think that was actual 15-minute fight. Oh my god. Jesus Christ.
Well, turns out this Nevron wasn't that strong, but...
Oh?
You did well. You learned fast.
All this is what we're fighting for.
God damn. Do at least a power 191. Am I dumb, or is 191 actually like really weak? Okay, 237 after adjusting. Play again after a base attack. Oh, okay. It lets you... Wow, wait. That's fucking insane. So you could stack up abilities that give you a more effective base attack. Wait. And then afterwards, you could just do a regular... So, okay, hold on. So, yeah, the power is much lower, but what if you stack up the abilities that give you bonuses when you use a base attack, and then all of the rest of his abilities you focus on more general, like, utility stuff? You know what I mean? So rather than trying to go to him for the big mega damage, you're instead cycling through a bunch of stuff that helps the party, and you also get the base attack applying. Okay, okay. Well, let me... I want to try that. Let me get over to a flag. But he's also DPSing. Yeah, I mean, I think that he would still do a lot of damage doing that. But it would mean that when you're using a skill rather than a basic attack, you could focus on non-damaging effects, you know? I kind of like that. I kind of like that. Am I... Okay, don't tell me if I've invented the best build or whatever, but tell me, like, that's a good way to think about this, right? Am I cooking? On the right track, you're cooking? Okay, okay. Just, you know. Oh. We fell quite a ways, huh? Let's get back over to that. That flag. Alright. Let's try this. Let's try this. We need to fix this guy's skills anyway, right? Okay, if we're gonna try for a more utility thing. Light holder. Applies powerful to 1 to 3 allies, increasing damage they deal for 3 turns. Why would I ever have 3 allies? Guess maybe in the future I can have 4 in a party? Leadership. Gives AP to allies. That seems pretty cool. Removes all status effects from all allies and applies them to Verso. Deals extreme light damage to all enemies. High single target physical damage that applies mark. 2 hits. Costs 30% of current health. Huh. Okay. I assume I'm gonna want the powerful thing. Do I want leadership as well? But it reduces my current rank, so when am I ever going to... Yeah, sometimes that'll be good. Yeah, sometimes I want to reduce my rank. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah! Yeah, 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 yeah! Sometimes I want to reduce my rank. Okay, this is an A skill. This is a C skill. The one I'm definitely keeping, the Assault 0, that's a B skill. Can I get a good C skill? What's a good C skill? You start with D? Radiant Slash is C. If you use the sword to attack a lot, will you even be at C rank? That is true. It's not like I'm going to spend a bunch of time down there, right? Yeah, I should keep that in mind. So, okay, we're thinking... I'm thinking Paradigm Shift, Assault 0, Marking Shot. No. Yeah, Paradigm Shift, Assault 0, Marking Shot, Powerful Leadership, and then Perfect Break just for funsies. That's what I'm thinking. Assault 0. Paradigm Shift, Marking Sight. Do I really care about From Fire and Perfect Recovery? I don't think I necessarily do. Okay, so we're gonna add Powerful onto the roster and Leadership. And then... Do you have anything for S rank? No, I do not. Not at this time. And now we're gonna add stuff that boosts our basic attack. So reset. Okay. So where the fuck are they? Where are they? Am I blind? Augmented attack. That's an obvious one. Exposing attack. That's an obvious one. Staggering attack. Can't hurt. And I'll go for critical burn, because enemies will usually be on fire. Hey, nice, still 3K watching. The numbers have been good. People are really enjoying the Expedition 33 gameplay in spite of my abilities. In spite of my skill level. Okay, we have 11 remaining. We're not really marking anyone, which is kind of unfortunate. I would like to play around with that more. Burning shots. First strike, energizing jump. Augmented counter, energizing jump. Sure, just filler ones, filler ones. And as for the rest of you, get marking shots for her and augmented aim, because sometimes I do like pulling out the free aim with her. Don't know who the hell this is. And for you... What do I do with you? I feel like right now I'm not, like, completely sure what I do with you. Auto shell? I mean, doesn't hurt. Energizing start 3? Fuck it. Why not? Sure. And now we make sure we have the right weapon selected with this guy. Dueliso. Did you see the picto you got from the boss? No. I did not, actually. Let me see. Inverted affinity, energizing death, empowering tint, energizing parry, plus 1 AP unsuccessful parry. Oh. Well, that's fucking good. I think it was combo attack. Oh, I didn't even see that. Base attack is 1 extra hit. What? All right. They're really peppering me here. Sure. That's insane. Okay, we've got a lineup here. I feel like the combos here are so obvious that it's almost like the game is almost forcing me into using it. Does that make sense? Okay, swap out Energizing Start 2 for Energizing Start 3. Oh. So pretty. Didn't I get a new wardrobe offer? Or was that... That's for you. Obscure. That's cute. Yeah, fuck it. We'll go with that. Now we actually rest. What do you think about the Picto system? I like it a lot. I like it a lot. It does feel like it means that I have to keep cycling out my primary Pictos to get the Luminas from them or whatever, and it means that I don't ever actually have my Picto selected for optimized gameplay purposes, but that's also just me being lazy, right? I could change it for bosses. We made it past that battlefield pretty quickly, huh? Everything looks so idyllic over here. Is this where we're gonna plant Gustav's arm. Hey, I remembered his name. You forgot your new outfit? No, I didn't. She's wearing it. That was for Mael.
What have we here?
Huh. Revive 10 salsa, give 3 AP.
Is this the place?
Yeah. We can bury your friend under this tree, if that's okay with you.
The which tree? The one with the bloom? The Ghost Maker, you are dumb. It's okay, I don't really give a shit about that. Goodbye, arm.
Couldn't wait for me, could you? I wish we could.
Rest easy, Gustav.
I'll finish what you started. The paintress, Renoir, they will pay.
No more dome. Just open skies.
My love?
I'll save
Do you
them,
think you
Gustav.
could set some brown
Emma,
rice to make? I
your
would love some
apprentices,
yum tuna
everyone.
slop after
You can
stream
leave it to
later.
us. You were always there for me.
I'll save them.
Okay, we can do that. I do want
Say
the
hi
tuna
to
slop. You
Soph
can't
for
make
me.
good food every day.
Yeah.
I need bad food at least 6 days a week.
We could never tell if
I mean
you
it,
were
or I
my
won't eat your
brother or
meals.
my father. But to me, you were both.
Stop
Best
interrupting the
brother
cutscene.
and father I've ever had.
When one falls, we continue.
Thanks for being my family. See you in the next life.
Anyone saying Arc Raiders should win Game of the Year with this should probably be a shot. Wait, do you think this is good? I feel like the intended mood is a little bit too... It's being delivered too subtly, you know? Like, I don't care that he did. Well, it's more common. I think it's more accepted in like over-the-top JRPG anime stuff or whatever. But like in a movie, if the way they tell you to be sad is by cranking up the sad music and like the characters say every sad thing, you know what I mean? You know, you're kind of being told how to feel. Feel like you can deliver it a little more subtly. Otherwise, it's a little bit distracting.
For about 2 hours. Then there's a big lake. We shouldn't go there at all. Like we should make a right, and then it's gonna take a few hours, and then we make a stop. We get some rest and some food. And then from there, we head north to Minoko Station.
Why there?
To recruit my oldest friend. We'll need the extra firepower, because our next goal will be to take down the Paintress' heart.
Her heart?
Yes. You can't just stroll up to the Paintress. The chroma there is far too dense. It erases anyone who gets close. But if we destroy her heart, the barrier will fall.
Okay. So where is this heart? What does it look like?
I can't tell you.
What it looks like, that I don't know. But I do know that it's somewhere in the center of old Lumiere.
You found old Lumiere?
Yes.
So it's true. Before the fracture, our Lumiere was part of a larger city on the continent.
I've traveled with many expeditions. I was with the 58th when we found old Lumiere. But Renoir erased them before we could get further. And I don't know much more.
All right then. Let's go meet your friend at Minoko Station.
My love, the more you talk about this in
And
chat, the more I'm
we'll
thinking
take
of
the
telling you that I
Paintress'
don't
heart.
want the chicken and pasta and that I just want the tuna slop. Tuna slop is a Psycho Hitler staple, okay? You can't you can't go like, do you want 1,100 calories of your remaining 1,600 to be dedicated to the chicken and pasta with the tasty sauce? No, I've trained my body to be satisfied with nutrient slop, and it's enormously beneficial with regard to dieting. I won't have you sabotaging that.
How come Minoko lives so far from the other Gestrels?
Minoko. Oh, that's the person the ghost something spoiled me about.
Minoko's a searcher. They travel the land looking for Gestrels who went missing after the fracture.
The lost Gestrels.
Yeah. That and he, pissed off Golgra.
Who the fuck is that?
Your oldest friend is a Gestral.
Yes. We've been friends for as long as I can remember.
Gustav would have loved that.
Why? Because he liked Gestrels.
Golgra is Gestral boss you met her? Okay, gotcha.
Because he liked the idea of friendships that could last decades. We don't get to enjoy such long friendships in Lumiere.
Back to gaming. Yeah, back to getting your ass kicked by Carmelita. Go. Go. Do you want to spend time with Luna? Sure. Yeah, yes. Me? Personally? Yes.
Why are you allying yourself with us?
Not a lot of options out here, in case you hadn't noticed.
What about the previous expeditioners? Did you help them too? Yet they still failed.
That's a terrible way to ask questions. Do you always interrogate people like this?
Given the circumstances, I think we can skip the pleasantries, no?
Alliances are usually give and take, as are conversations.
I'm sorry, was she asking the questions too directly for your taste? Perhaps she should have... And how did you know, with the others? Oh, you don't have to say, I can read it in your expression.
Trust goes both ways, no?
All right then. As a gesture of good faith, I'll show you how to use Lumina.
No need. I got it.
Well, aren't you a quick study?
But I appreciate the gesture. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
You were asking an important question.
Trust works both ways.
All right, as a gesture of good
All right. As a gesture of good faith, I'll answer 3 questions. Choose wisely.
Only 3.
Someone's a bit greedy.
3 questions with 3 follow-ups.
Only 3 is technically a question.
You're really pushing this.
I think it's reasonable.
All right. Go for it.
Oh my god. Which pisses Luna off but triggers her insatiable sense of curiosity. Luna is reluctantly intrigued, as is Versa. That's good. No, I'm glad. I'm happy. I don't even get the answer to those 3. Oh, no, sure. Good lord. Back at it again.
How come Minoko...
Minoko...
The lost...
Yeah.
How far up the mountain is Minoko Station? Will we see snow?
Not too high, but yeah. There's usually snow.
Fantastic.
Oh, right. There's no snow in Lumiere.
No, only in books and paintings. It's almost as mythical as Gestrels.
And just as fun. And sometimes just as deadly.
Oh. Really?
But I can't tell you about
My
that.
husband was obsessed with the idea of snow. I can't wait to see some.
Vosh becoming a Marvel character the way he got a quip after every moment of sincerity. The moment of sincerity in question being, fine, you can ask me questions about the world, and then the narrator being like, and then she asked questions, but he didn't answer, which she found endearing. Is that the moment of sincerity? Do I want to spend time with CL? Well, sure, I guess. I should probably know something about her.
You seem less stressed than the others.
Is that your conclusion? After your extensive observation of our team?
That's a question.
Yes.
There must be better uses of your time than analysing our stress levels.
Well, it's important to understand your teammates.
Says the mysterious stranger who has yet to share much about himself.
Then consider this my attempt to be less mysterious.
It's not taken.
Oh, is that what this is?
Story for a story.
I'll trade you. A story for a story.
Well, there are stories, and then there are stories. You first, then.
Something unusual, strange wonder, and mysteries? Yeah, give me mystery.
Something unusual, then? Strange wonders and mystery?
A bit impersonal, Not really how you get to know each other. I don't think that's worthy of a trade. No. Tell me something dark and melancholy and personal.
Or?
Ooh, going straight for the heavy stuff, huh?
If we're going to share, let's share.
Story for a story, right?
We'll see.
Verso and Ciel spend the next few minutes arguing whether Ciel should also share. Ciel continues to tease Verso, who remains evasive. The relation grows a little bit. What's the point of doing this if this is going to be the conclusion of your... like, if this is the point of the conversation? Is this... Like, I don't know about you guys, but if I had a mysterious stranger who was not providing me vital information on this deadly expedition, the fate of the world resting on it, I would actually be quite annoyed with him. Relationship level would go to -1.
That was sad.
Those dialogue exchange. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
You were sad.
Yep.
Yeah.
You were thinking of Julie.
Who?
Well, not just her, but... yeah.
Want a hug?
Yeah. I do.
See, this is good dialogue. This is good.
She reminds me of someone.
He knows CL.
You mean CL?
No, man.
Oh, fuck.
Have I met her before?
Yeah, she's the girl with the mask who travels with the old man. There's a time loop that we haven't discovered yet, but yeah, trust me.
You also thought you knew CL.
Oh, but I do. Wait, don't I?
Sometimes I feel like you know everyone.
Oh, well, that's because you're all cousins. Same, but different.
Right, so, maybe it's that.
Yes. Just like Verso is Verso's cousin. Mael is Mael's cousin. Yes, that's it.
Sure.
You're so very wise.
You know, that almost makes sense to me.
It's okay if you don't understand, Verso. You're still wise to me.
You're just a big ball of nonsense sometimes, aren't you?
That's why we're best friends.
There we go. See, that's relationship level increase type material right there. Shit. Type merde. Writing instantly picks up when he's not talking to women. Oh! That's not my fault.
What are you working on?
Contingency plans. If we fail, Expedition 32 will need every bit of information we have.
Right, but how are you going to get it to them?
I asked the Gestrals for help.
Smart.
What are the stars whispering to you?
Actually, I'm the one whispering to them.
Quirky.
It's something my dad and I used to do.
You know what else I'd like, by the way? I really wish that when we found the information left from the previous expeditions, I wish that those information dumps were being used the way that they're supposed to be according to the code of the expeditioners, which is provide all the information for those who follow, right? Because every time we get one of them, it's some dipshit being like, "Oh, I regret coming out here. This is can't end like this." Like, wouldn't it be cool if like finding those was actually like a real piece of treasure that gave you little bits of information about the bigger puzzle instead of just, yeah, people yapping out their last moments?
When I was scared.
Maybe there will be more in the future.
Or anxious. Or even when I was happy. He'd say, share it with the stars. When it's hard to talk about things, the stars will understand.
I like that.
I don't.
I talked to the stars a lot after he was gone.
I remember the night we first met at the Crooked Tower.
Right. After the gommage.
I was surprised to find you there. I thought I was the only one who knew about that room.
I had to get away from the harbour. And those damn petals everywhere. So I climbed up.
Petals, I'm lost, lol. You had to see the beginning of the game. It makes sense in context.
It wasn't logical. But part of me really believed my parents and their expedition had succeeded. That they'd stopped her. Then the painters woke. And I knew they weren't coming home.
River.
You know, it meant a lot to me. The comfort we shared that day. But you avoided me after. Why?
River.
It wasn't personal. I cut a lot of people out of my life.
Okay, not personal.
She's being cute.
That day, I knew my parents had failed. They were counting on me to finish their work. I couldn't afford distractions.
Friends are not distractions.
I know that now.
Wow. We're in the middle of nowhere with 1 year left to live. What better time to build friendships?
JRPGs, man.
I could use some wine, though.
French women, man.
Making friends is thirsty work.
Alright, we caught up with our teammates. Check up on the others. We can just do it all over again. Alright, let's move along, okay? We're moving along. Fucking sleep. You know what I've noticed, or I guess what that conversation reminded me of? Considering this is a JRPG, all the characters are pretty toned down. You know what I mean? There's not really like a big hook on their personality. Like they're all pretty understated.
Thanks. It really was a beautiful place.
Glad you liked it. I've buried friends there too. You were right about condolences. We offered them because we don't know what else to say, but there's no comfort there.
No.
All we can do is carry them with us.
I guess. Sorry. It's just we're
Drowning in our own sadness. Hey, why did you join the expedition? I mean, with the Gamage, I understand the rest of the team's decision, but you're half their age.
Are there
out
two
here
songs
seemed
playing?
better than in there at the time.
It's natural. Wanting to escape a life you don't want.
Escape. Yeah. That's what I wanted. But Gustav and the others.
Oh,
they
no,
really
sorry.
had
I can
changed
hear
things.
my
Changing
partner
your life
fighting
also counts.
Carmelita
I'm always short of the world's problems, you
in
know?
Silk Song.
It'll drain you fast.
Gustav would probably say, if more of us cared, then it would lighten the load for everyone.
He sounds like a good guy.
Close the door.
Wait. I kept Gustav's, so you can have mine. You'll need one if you
This
want
is
to be an
a
official
really
member
long
of our
sequence of
merry crew.
cutscenes.
I gotta say, I didn't take you for an official kind of person.
Where's my Aaron character from
Welcome
Attack on
to the
Titan? This game needs some
disaster
cringe.
expedition.
It does feel like most of the dialogue could have been said or received by anyone, you know? I wish they were a little bit more distinct writing-wise. It's probably the reason why my favorite character right now is the big fat boy. There we go.
How far to Monoko?
Oh shit, man. Dude, there's still so much stuff back here. So much stuff everywhere. We're a while out. Fuck.
Station.
It's about
With
5.
SDA? Yeah, should be quick.
I guess I should save and cut it anyway, man. Just gotta find a flag. No, wait, didn't we establish before that I don't actually need to find it? Oh, wait, I can make camp literally whenever I want. But Monaco? We're a while out anyway. All right. You were in camp the whole time? That's true. That's true. Some might say I never really left. Okay. Still riding the high from that last boss fight. That was pretty down to the wire. That felt pretty good. Pretty goddamn good. Rug Shitter, thank you for the $5. Yeah, we'll talk about the Venezuela op soon. Don't get me wrong, okay? It is worthwhile news. Jakey Fakey, thank you for the $5. Yeah, I'll probably read Gachiakuda at some point. I do like the fits that I've seen. Good Faith Goblin, thank you for the 4 gifted tier 1 subs. Really appreciate that. Foil Demon, thank you for the $5. Thank you for showing me Blue Owl. Got a sweater jacket from there. I love it. Sweater jacket. Day in 1920. Can you tell me what to do to make it work better? Yeah, that's Day in 1920. That looks great. What a nice what a nice structured cardigan. Really, no, I feel like you can wear those with quite a bit. I mean, I would go and look at like how they're styled, like from their inspiration, you know, their source. That particular kind of cardigan. Damn, 1920 cardigan styling. Yeah, I think people tend to wear white t-shirts, button-ups. I don't know. I think part of it is also just wearing it in a little bit, you know? Making it feel good and comfortable on you. The more comfortable you are with an outfit, the easier it is to pair with other stuff. You have to spend some time making it feel like a part of you, you know? Anyway, it looks good. Tamora, thank you for the $5. Piota Online, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Gifted tier 1 subs. Really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, no, the GOP 100%. A lot of people are going to be making like pedophile, ephemophile, age of consent arguments with the whole Epstein file stuff. Yeah, 100%. Rhaegar99, Meow Pill, and Tamora, thank you for the $5 all. Really appreciate that. Thank you. Not a Boy Scout, thank you for the tier 2 sub. Apes in the Plan, thank you for the tier 3 sub. Really appreciate that. Want to share my sassy pair of bonded cats? Aww. Hold on. Ooh, holding hands. Holding hands. Jordan I99, thank you for the super kind $10. Great video on the history of red baiting from the founding to modern day. First red scare makes ice look tame. Yeah, no, the world has definitely gotten to be a better place for us. I'll take a look at it. I'll give it a peep. Cap of all time, thank you for the $10. Really glad to see you're loving E33. It's easily in my top 3 games of all time, along with the Persona series and Elden Ring. Persona fan, that explains it. No, I am enjoying it very much. Southeast, thank you for the tier 3 sub. Here's your money, slot man. Enjoy it well. I always do. Much appreciated. Thank you very, very much. I'll try my best, Miss Genderlin. I'll try my best. Diego B and Martin, thank you for the $2 both. Martin at Piotr Online, thank you for the $5 both. Really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Yes, Megalovania is originally from Homestuck. Yeah. Pale Magpie, thank you for the £5. Wandering Robot Studio, thank you for the $5. Eloram Bazdo, thank you for the $10. Lauren and Cheerio Gaming, thank you for the $5 both. Really, really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. J5L5M6, thank you for the incredibly kind $50 dono. Sadly, I was a debate bro during university around 15 years ago. Who doesn't have that phase during university? Would win nearly everything because I'm a half-black atheist who didn't believe in shit but had a wealth of info. Enough to argue nearly any point, but the stance was of no concern to me. Okay, that's not just debate bro, that's also insufferable contrarian. I'm glad you grew out of it, you know, but yeah, no, that's a very difficult. If you're just in it for the love of the game, it's not good. It's not good. G-Man, thank you for the many, many Swedish kroner. Victorious Gardenosaurus, thank you for the $5. Casual Sheep Gardener and Walking Donut, thank you for the $2 donos, both. Andrew Grant and Tikale Murner, thank you for the $5 both. Really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. J5L5M6, thank you for the $10. A friend of mine is FBI in DC. He's always saying they're just really attorneys with guns, a lot of sharp cats, and I'm no fan of the alphabet gangs. No, yeah, you don't have to be pro FBI to acknowledge that the intelligence and quality of agent there is vastly greater than what you would get with ICE. That's just a fact, you know. You don't want to like underestimate your state agencies for no reason. Gotta have reason. Star Triller, thank you for the very kind $5. So no matter what happens with the vote to release the files, Trump still has power to veto. So I might have misunderstood this. My understanding was that this would go through the normal legislative procedure, but apparently it's only going through the House because of its relation to the House Oversight Committee. I'm not entirely sure. There might be some efforts to change it. I can't really say. Either way, again, at the end of the day, this is all about optics. Even though I don't think this is going to happen, but forcing Trump to veto an effort to release the Epstein files would be insane. You know that, right? Like, it's not even about, like, the point of the release of the Epstein files is to make Trump look bad because he's a pedophile and the files contain information about him being a pedophile. So he also looks like a pedophile if he vetoes the release of the... It's just bad optics, you know? Tajirai, thank you for the $10. And Alexander Stanford, thank you for the 100 Egyptian pounds. Yeah, the Trump's downfall may or may not be coming, but that doesn't necessarily mean they're going to be, you know, replaced with anything better. Lot of work to do. A lot of work to do. Yorio, thank you for the insanely kind 250 Polish zloty. Maybe that's how it's pronounced. Possibly. Thank you. Expedition 33. Good to see you pay respect to France for once. You freedom fry eating American. Yeah. Listen, okay. Listen, it's not the first French game I've played. Isn't Dead Cells from a French studio? I love Dead Cells, okay? I've always been an ally to the French people, okay? All right. Thank you very much. B, thank you for the $10. Stupid Genius, thank you for the very kind $10. It's kind of like with Arnold Schwarzenegger and how his accent was too country for German audiences in the original Terminator movies. Yes, yeah. He has that like rural Austrian accent, right? Which to us just reads as heavy German, but to them reads specifically as like country bumpkin, which is interesting, you know? Joan Bolt, I said it before, but thank you again for the incredibly kind $2 $100 donos. It's okay that you haven't played CL. Just know when you learn her mechanic, she's absolutely the best DPS. Okay. Took me a long time as well. Well, now I might have to never play her just out of spite. I mean, if she's the best DPS, playing her would be tantamount to cheating, right? I wouldn't want to do that. You know, we'll see. Honestly, a lot of it to me is just about whether or not the mechanics are satisfying. And you know, I like Luna, I like the stain swapping or whatever else. In a lot of cases, I'm just not too keen on stacking buffs and debuffs. I like stacking charges. I don't like stacking buffs and debuffs. I've just never been that kind of guy. I don't know. Good Light, thank you for the $5. And the Ghostmaker, thank you for the sheepish apologetic $5 for flying too close to the sun multiple times. All right, folks. You know what tomorrow is. Tomorrow's Pedophile Friday. That means we get to, you know, experience more twists and turns in this unfolding saga that is our president being a pedophile, right? You know, the story continues. Next time on Dragon Ball Z. Everyone have a wonderful day. Take care. I'm hungry as shit, so I'm going to go eat, okay? Stay safe.